Oh, we missed.
All right, so the end of the clip said it was $35,000.
Wow.
Yeah, $35,000. So that $1.50 purse turned out to be a Tutti Frutti clutch bag made by Cartier.
Look at him. Bless his heart.
he was
He's like,
crying.
you're kidding me.
Well, that's a life-changing $1.50.
Oh my! Now everyone's going to be at garage sales this weekend trying to find that purse.
That thing, I don't know what's
Wow.
worth anything. I've probably thrown away $1 million coins because I'm like, well, that's just a
Got a
penny,
ton of
so.
those Tutti Fruttis at your house, maybe.
We're out. Have a great weekend.
Happy Friday, guys.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Thank goodness it is Friday. We are almost ready for the weekend, but we've got a busy day ahead, and we appreciate you joining us. I want to let you know coming up later, we're going to be keeping an eye out on a news conference in Tampa where we're going to hear more about a memorandum of understanding that we hear has been kind of agreed to when it comes to the Rays stadium deal there. So we're going to be keeping an eye out on that. Let me give you a live look right now, though, in Miami, where we are waiting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis at a news conference alongside the outgoing education commissioner. They're going to be talking about supporting safe schools, as you see on the monitors there. So we are going to listen in to the governor when that news conference begins. But we're going to start by talking some football on this Friday. The NFL releasing all the schedules for all 32 NFL teams. And so we've got a breakdown on some big games you're going to want to watch for, to circle on your calendar, and kind of give you a team-by-team breakdown as well for our teams here in the Sunshine State. So joining us live now to talk about all this is Tim Walters, the sports editor of Florida Times Union and Florida Today. Tim, always enjoy talking football with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's a beautiful day when we can talk the NFL.
It absolutely is. And so let's start by just looking kind of league-wide here and some of the big games that we really should watch out for, some things that you maybe have circled that we're going to want to keep our eyes peeled for.
Yeah. You know, looking over the schedule, there were so many things to take in yesterday, and it all kind of gets dumped on you all at once, except for the international games, which we learned the prior day. But, you know, you kick off the season with a Super Bowl rematch. How cool is that? Where you get New England and Seattle, and nobody's happier to see Kenneth Walker out of Seattle than the New England Patriots. I think he just ran for another touchdown against them, in fact. But, you know, when you look past that game, you've got a Week 5 matchup where Buffalo plays at the Rams. This could be the next Super Bowl preview. We'll talk about my predictions here in a minute, but Buffalo at the Rams, I mean, Week 5, that one's going to be a really great game to watch. And then also, speaking of the Rams, they're playing in a first-of-its-kind Wednesday night game, as you see, Thanksgiving Eve game against the Packers. That one's going to be a lot of fun. Be really curious to see what the audience is like there with so many people preparing for their Thanksgiving dinners and everything the night before Thanksgiving. And then, of course, the international games, as I mentioned, the Rams and 49ers are going to play in Australia, which is really cool. You've got the Ravens and Cowboys in Rio de Janeiro. I'd love to go to that game. The Steelers and Saints will be playing in Paris, and the Bengals and Falcons in Madrid, and of course all the London games. So it's just such a neat thing that we've got so many games. The NFL is such a global game now, and they're going to all of these different places. But Australia, boy, that'd be another one. That's on my bucket list. I'd love to get there someday. But the Rams and 49ers will be doing that. So that kind of caps off, you know, I could go on about big games all day, but we got to talk about our Florida teams.
Yeah, I can only imagine what the preparation is going to be like for that game in Australia when you're talking about that long of a flight and the recovery from that. That's going to be interesting. But yeah, let's talk about the Florida teams. Let's start with the Jags right in your backyard there. What are you kind of watching? What are your takeaways from the Jags schedule?
Yeah, the Jags, if you look at what they have, their real gauntlet is early in the season. So, you know, you open against Cleveland, you got to beat the Cleveland Browns at home in Jacksonville to start Week 1. But then they really run into what I think is their toughest part of their schedule. Week 2, you're at Denver. Week 3, the New England Patriots come to town. So you're looking at, and then you go to London and you're going to be playing games there, and then you hit your bye week. So you're hitting a tough 5 game stretch there, just coming right out of the gate for the Jaguars. And, Philadelphia and Houston and London, what great games. And I didn't even mention Cincinnati in there. You've got Joe Burrow. You're going to be going to Cincinnati there. So if you can get by that and you get into your bye week, even just trying to be 3-3 after your first 6 games, you'd love to be 4-2, of course. But then you're looking at a November where you have 5 games and you should win 4 out of those 5. Indy, Baltimore, Tennessee, the Giants, and Tennessee again. So to me, that's a vital stretch. Then you run into a harder slog for 3 weeks after that with Chicago, Pittsburgh, and Houston. And then the end of the season is going to be pretty interesting because you have the NFC East there. You're at Dallas. Dallas, they haven't had a winning season in the last 3 years. Is Brian Schottenheimer really the guy you trust to get them back on their feet? Washington, Jaden Daniels returns. Can he stay healthy? And then at Indy. So if it's a close one down the stretch, I like what the Jaguars are going to have to do the last 3 weeks of the season.
And your way too early prediction for them, you're thinking they could go 11-6.
Yeah, I really do think that they can do that. Like I said, you just have to kind of survive that early season slog. But if you look at the Jaguars, 3 of the last 4 seasons, they've really made a surge at the end of the season. And so they really do get a lot better late. Their schedule obviously becomes a lot more favorable and has the last few years. But it's kind of like it takes them a little while to get their footing. But now after a season under Liam Cohen, I think maybe they could get out to a fast start. And that Denver game is really going to be the one that sets the tone.
Not so generous of a prediction for the Miami Dolphins, Tim. Take us through their schedule.
Yeah, sorry, Dolphins fans, but even if you were a good team, this is a tough, tough schedule. I feel bad for the Dolphins. A lot of people are going to have their eyes on that Las Vegas game week 1. I don't even think you're going to see Miami native Fernando Mendoza, the #1 overall draft pick, playing in that game. I found it so odd when the Raiders signed Kirk Cousins before the season, and I do believe that he's going to start the season. They're going to maybe take it a little bit easier with Mendoza. No reason to throw him into the fire when you do have a veteran who's still got something left like Kirk Cousins. In my opinion, they're going to keep Cousins around until maybe the trade deadline. Then maybe you see them deal him away so they can start working on Mendoza from there. Just my prediction. But, but for the Dolphins, it'll be interesting to see that game because aside from that, I mean, you're talking the 49ers, Chiefs, Vikings, Bengals. I mean, it's going to be really tough. They may only get those 2 wins. Maybe they win one of the 2 against the Jets. And then you have the Colts in there who could be having a down year. But you're also looking at the Broncos, the Bills twice, the Bears, the Packers, the Chargers. I'm sorry, Dolphins fans. Like I said, this is going to be tough for Malik Willis stepping into his new situation on his 3-year deal. They've gotten rid of most of the really good weapons there, aside from re-signing Devon Chan to that big deal. So, this is going to be a tough one. They're going to be probably vying with the Jets for that #1 overall pick the following year. So looking at those 2 Jets games on October 25th and November 29th, we'll be seeing who's trying to win or trying to lose those games. And then, of course, the Green Bay game, because your head coach and your GM are both from Green Bay, so they're going to be playing their old franchise late in December.
But a realistic chance that the Dolphins don't even get their first win until after their bye week.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough run. I mean, if you lose to the Raiders out of the gate, I don't like your chances against the 49ers, Chiefs, Vikings, or Bengals. I mean, the Vikings last year had a 9-8 record, and their quarterback situation was a mess. And now you're bringing in Kyler Murray, and, he's going to be competing for that spot. I think he ultimately gets the starting spot. And then, Joe Burrow, I just feel like he may be your MVP candidate. I think he's really, mentally angry at what happened last year. I think that he's going to really be leading this team with just a next level fire. So yeah, if the Dolphins don't get that week 1 win, you may have to wait for week 7 against the Jets.
Phew. All right, now what about the Bucs? Looking to bounce back, have some big losses on their roster. What are you thinking when it comes to their schedule?
Yeah, the Buccaneers, they've got a pretty difficult schedule. I still see them as a 10-7 team, maybe 9-8. I still do like them the best in the NFC South, but It's interesting to see that they've got the New Orleans Saints, 2 out of their last 4 games. I think the Saints are going to be a lot improved, and having them late in the season, I think the Saints are going to get better and better as they build. So, I see some problems there for the Bucks. Again, tough early part of the season. You got the Bengals, the Browns, Vikings, Packers, and then Cowboys. So, if you can go 3-2 in that stretch, let's say, and then the Steelers, but then you're getting a conference play with the Panthers, the Falcons. So I still think that they have enough to hang in there. I think that this is the year with Mike Evans gone, that Emeka Egbuka steps into that, top wide receiver role. And I think that healthy, he's going to have a good year. Of course, Bucky Irving, I think, is a premier running back right now in the NFL. And of course, Baker Mayfield. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Reuben Bain does, stepping into that defense and translating what he does into the NFL. So, that Bengals game week 1, again, that's a tone setter. You are playing a team with an MVP candidate. How do you respond starting out the season? The Panthers game. And then late in the season, you play the Rams, who I think are the Super Bowl front runner again, the team to make it to the Super Bowl in the NFC. So, how you finish the season also is really important. And if they're on the bubble, they've got to play the Rams. Then they get the Saints. So, we'll just kind of keep an eye on how the Bucks can keep up that level of play late in the season.
All right. Before we let you go ahead and give us that early Super Bowl prediction that you got.
Yeah, so right now I like Bills, Rams. I'm sure it's probably a popular pick, but the Rams are just loaded, and Sean McVay is such a great coach. I think the Bills maybe will have their best chance because their offense should be even better this year, even with an aging DJ Moore joining the team. I think he's the best wide receiver maybe Josh Allen will ever get the throw to so far in his career. If the Bills, they've got a tough late season stretch where they get the Chiefs, Patriots, Packers, Bears, and Broncos. So if they struggle, if they fall out, I'm looking at an outside chance in the AFC that maybe you could see, a resurgence of the Chiefs even. The Broncos, obviously, if Knicks can stay healthy. I don't think the Patriots are going to make it back. So, and then my outside chances, I think you have 3 great contenders in the NFC West with the Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Rams. But if you look outside of them, I really am a big fan of this Lions team still. I think they have a lot left. They were 9-8 last year. I think they're going to be better than that. The Bears may take a step back. Maybe not, but I think that the Lions will step up. So, I got Rams, Bills, but those are some of my outside chances if those 2 teams don't make it.
All right, it's going to be a fun few months of speculation and analysis leading up to the start of the season, and then always a good time once the season starts. Timothy Walters, sports editor of the Florida Times-Union in Florida today. Thanks for joining us and breaking down the schedule today.
All right, thank you very much, Garrett.
Before we go to break, I want to give you another live look in Miami. We will get you to this news conference. Governor Ron DeSantis expected to speak any minute now. Going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm going to get you inside this courtroom in Orange County where we are seeing what was planned to be a sentencing hearing for Savion Lambert. He was arrested for a carjacking back in 2021. He was 18 years old at the time. And then while, according to court documents, he was out on probation in 2024 when he was arrested again, charged with the shooting and killing of another man as the two were drinking inside a car. We just heard from Lambert just a moment ago, essentially saying that he wants to withdraw his plea, potentially. And so we're kind of hearing some discussion right now between the judge, the attorneys. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now at this hearing.
Right. The last indigency application that we have on the docket is from May 4th of 2024, and it was denied because he was not indigent. So if you're seeking to retain new counsel, you're going to need to do it. That is, of course, your right. And if you are seeking appointment of counsel, we'll have to have a new application for indigency status, which I'm happy to give you a copy of that now.
That would be nice, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do we want to handle that and take a recess?
Sure. Your Honor, on behalf of the victim and the victim's family, I want to put on the record that they are also represented pursuant to Marcy's law. I believe they have a right to be heard.
Of course, absolutely. If we're not having a sentencing hearing, but if you what is your position
on this issue? Our position is that the family vehemently opposes the plea anyway, and our position would be that if this is what is going to happen today, that the plea be withdrawn formally, especially if this hearing is going to be continued. So that would be the position of the family, that be what formally take place, and that our position is known on the record that we object to the plea anyway.
Right. Understood.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If we're not sentencing today, the plea is going to be withdrawn and the admission as well, based especially off of what I've heard as it relates to Mr. Lambert's concerns. So I would not be prepared to sentence in accordance with the negotiated plea today, even if we just were going to proceed based off of what's been stated. So the plea that was entered will be withdrawn. The admission to the violation of probation will be withdrawn. And do you need any additional time, Mr. Lambert, to assess whether or not you want Ms. Kagan to stay on to your case or not?
Oh, no,
No, Your Honor.
I'm taking no attendance
Okay.
to withdraw.
All right. All right. So what we'll do then, if we could provide a copy of the application to Mr. Lambert so that we can have that filled out. We're going to hand a copy of the application for indigency status for you to fill out. Or perhaps what we do is we just set a determination of counsel within, a week or so. At which point we can find out if you're either going to retain private counsel or if you want court appointed.
That would be nice, Your Honor.
Any issues with that, Mr. Cacciatore? No, Your Honor, that's acceptable. Ms. Kagan?
I don't disagree.
Yeah, but you're not withdrawn yet. What I would like you to do is file a motion, and it will be addressed at the determination of counsel proceeding, so everybody's on the same page. All right? You got to show up one more time, is what I'm trying to tell you. Let me give you a date for that.
So just a little bit of additional context here. We heard Savion Lambert, the suspect who you see at the defendant's table there, who had expressed some concerns about his attorney, and so wanting a new one, wanting to withdraw his plea that he was going to be sentenced for today. So that is now withdrawn, and we're going to see him end up getting a new attorney as this case moves forward. We should also note this is a case that has gotten some criticism of the state attorney, Monique Worrell, from the Attorney General's office, James Uthmeyer, saying that the serious enough, not a stiff enough sentence that was going to be part of this. So now this case will move forward. It's going to be interesting to continue. We will monitor this. This hearing appears to be coming to an end. There will be no sentencing today, but some changes ahead in representation, and we'll see what that means for a plea or what a sentence might look like in the future. Going to go ahead and listen back in here.
As opposed to appointment.
But with all due respect, Judge, I no longer need to be on the case. I can file.
Sure, but I don't want to. You're not out until I have a new lawyer. So I need you to stick around until we have a new lawyer. What I will say, Mr. Lambert, is that necessarily a grounds for a continuance. This is an old case, and it needs to go towards a conclusion, whether that be through a plea or trial. That will be the plan to push this. And so whoever it is that you retain, whether it be private counsel or if it's going to be appointment of either the Office of Public Defender or Regional Conflict Counsel or other private counsel, that they know that there will be a measure of grace so that they can be prepared to go, but the plan will be to move this forward towards a conclusion.
I could be here June 1st or June 2nd. Will that work, Mr. Ketchner?
I'm amenable to either of those dates. Yeah.
All right. Let's do June 1st. That's Monday. We'll set that for 9 a.m. for determination of counsel. Make sure, Ms. Kagan, that we have, and I know you're in open court, Mr. Lambert, and so some of that stuff you might need some time to consider, but make sure that's filled out accurately. Ms. Kagan, make sure that we have that back on the first so that we can determine if he meets the criteria for appointment.
Your Honor, would there be any way that we could move the hearing on June 1st to 9:30 or 10? I already have an obligation at...
All right, so they are just doing some scheduling now, but again, we already listened to the substance of this hearing, and we'll continue to track that case as it moves forward. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins us now, and Brooks, we're seeing the chance for some more rain coming in this weekend.
Yes, so today's going to be the last dry day for a while, and by dry I mean not just dry because it's not going to rain, but it's actually going to feel pretty good outside with low humidity. But just like that, this weekend we're going to have a surge of humidity, which may be the beginning of the rainy season. So we're going to see that change coming our way with the daily afternoon chance for showers and storms. And with that daily chance comes lightning, so make sure you're weather aware this weekend if you're doing anything outside. But today, beautiful. This Mount Dora shot this lunchtime hour could not be better. And we're going to see temperatures warming up to about 90 today, but the really muggy stuff stays in South Florida. West Palm right now has a dew point of 76. That is air you can wear. Meanwhile, in Tallahassee, the dew point's 42, which is really dry. That's like your lips could get chapped. We're kind of right in the middle. Dew points around 58 to 60. So this afternoon, everything will be really comfortable, variably cloudy skies. Then that cold front that brought in the drier air will actually come back tonight as a warm front, and that opens up the floodgates for the humidity. So by tomorrow afternoon, Saturday afternoon, we may see a couple of showers or even downpours developing between 3 and 5 p.m., and maybe even a rumble of thunder. But by Sunday, with more humidity rolling in from the south, we should have a better coverage and a better chance for rain. It will not wash out your weekend plans, but in true rainy season spirit, we'll have some scattered storms around just by default of the sea breeze developing. And that alone is new, considering what we've seen as of late. And because we've got a slug of moisture coming in from the Caribbean, we may see the rainy season itself kicking off officially this weekend, when typically it happens in stages, but doesn't usually happen for about 10 or 15 days from now. Now, I realize in the context of a year, 10 or 15 days is not much time, but you'd be amazed how cyclical weather is. And when a season change comes a week or two early, it can have an impact on our overall rain totals during that season. Well, this is good news because we're in the middle of a drought. We need the rain, and we've got it coming in. So we're calling it rainy season vibes, because with the southeast flow from the Atlantic around Bermuda high pressure, we're going to start seeing that chance for afternoon storms every day. Saturday, Sunday, here's Monday, here's Tuesday, Wednesday. This is going into next week. You get the idea. Just about every day we're going to have a pretty good shot at some rain. So starting off this weekend, we'll go from a 20 to 30% chance tomorrow to a likely 60% chance Sunday. It's all about the afternoon storms and a 7-day forecast, which will introduce humidity. Let me say that again. It'll reintroduce humidity for Saturday and Sunday, and then that holds true for next week. Highs in the upper 80s to around 90. One good thing about the rainy season kicking in with the higher humidity is that it will limit our daytime highs. We won't have those runaway high temperatures with dry conditions, rain-free conditions, low humidity. It'll definitely help in that case. And Garrett, if we can get some decent rains region-wide to continue, we'll have a baseline soil moisture, which will also help to slow down the heating process, because it takes more energy for the sun to heat up a really humid and moist environment than it does a really dry environment. That's why the desert can go from overnight lows below freezing to highs at 100 degrees.
And now, I know the start of the rainy season can vary, a little bit from year to year, but is this a little bit early? It is a little bit early, yeah, by about arguably almost 2 weeks early. On average, according to the National Weather Service, our rainy season in Orlando starts about May the 25th. And so starting off around May the 16th is about 9 to 10 days early. Now across South Florida, the rainy season begins May 15th, which is today. So, I mean, we're talking about 100 miles or so across the peninsula of difference. It's all very subtle, but technically this is a little bit early. And that in itself is significant because in years past, and this is where it really gets interesting, we've had the rainy season kick off a lot later than normal. In fact, if you go back to 1998, it took till July for the rainy season to happen. July. And the reason is that the water temperature has to be about 80 degrees at the Gulf and in the Atlantic to create the endemic humidity that you need. And also the cold fronts have to stop coming through. So during that year, it was just kind of a freak thing and it took a while. But this year, it looks like it's all happening basically on schedule. All right, sounds good.
A little early.
Yeah, well, we need it. So I think our lawns will be glad to see that,
Yes,
that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
And as we go to break here, going to give you another live look in Miami. Here's a look at Bayfront Park. We are still standing by waiting for this news conference. Governor Ron DeSantis expected to speak any minute now. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now inside the Idea Center at Miami-Dade College in Miami. Expecting to hear from Governor DeSantis and the Florida Education Commissioner Anastasios Kamoutsas any minute now. Kamoutsas just this week announcing he's the sole finalist for the president's job at Polk State College. So we are waiting to see what this is about, supporting safe schools. You see, the governor also expected to sign a bill here We know there was some legislation about that was passed this session, so we'll be keeping an eye out for that, and we'll get you to this news conference as soon as it begins. Let me right now, though, get you to Hillsborough County, where we are continuing to monitor day 5 now of the sentencing phase of the Julio Fulio murder trial. 4 defendants who were convicted last week of first-degree murder in connection with the shooting death of Charles Jones, a Jacksonville rapper who was ambushed in Tampa back in 2024. The jury is about to begin its deliberations, where they will have to decide whether those 4 defendants should spend the rest of their lives behind bars or if they should be put to death. The judge, I believe, is giving some instructions right now to the jury before they begin those deliberations. Let's go ahead and listen in for a minute.
Rules we all share. Okay, so does anyone have any electronic devices in the, okay, so you guys kind of know the drill. Juror 168, Mr. M.N., do you have anything in the jury room that you need to get out? Okay, so this is the same as last time, right? So you guys you're going to go into the jury room. Do not begin discussing anything about this case until our alternate has left and until the bailiffs have left. You will receive all of the evidence that was submitted, and you will also receive, the bailiffs will bring in the actual final verdict form. Each of you, again, were given a copy for your own use, but the official verdict form will be the stapled copies that the bailiff brings in, and that's what you all are to utilize. Okay, very good. So I'll talk to our alternate after you grab your items. If you have any electronic devices on you now, anything, leave them in your chair. Otherwise, the bailiff will collect them and bring them out here.
All right.
.31 in the morning on this Friday as the jury now retires to the deliberation room where they will begin discussing what to do, what sentence to recommend when it comes to those 4 defendants, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. Again, they face either a death sentence or life in prison. They were all convicted in that phase of the trial that went for about a week and a half. And then they've gone all week now in the sentencing phase of this trial. Looks like the judge may be making some remarks to the attorneys here now that the jury has been excused.
So I do appreciate it. So I just want to commend you all for that. Thank you. Okay, so I don't even really have the words to thank you for your service. It's such a hard thing in these cases, particularly cases of this magnitude that take this long, and we have alternates, and you have to sit and listen to all.
Speaking to the alternate jurors right now, who, they have to dedicate all the time, just like the other jurors, and then they are excused and not part of the deliberating process here. So the judge, Judge Sisko, speaking to them right now. As the rest of their colleagues go back to begin deliberating the fate of these 4 defendants. Well, we are going to get ready for a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are seeing some more movement, but still have not seen Governor DeSantis or the Education Commissioner enter the room here at the Idea Center. Again, this is at Miami-Dade College in South Florida, and any minute now, we expect to hear from the governor. So right now, we're going to go ahead and step aside, take a quick break while we are waiting on this news conference to begin, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Here is Governor Ron DeSantis just up to the podium there at the Idea Center, Miami-Dade College. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Stuff for the state of Florida and for our students, most especially, and doing it in a way that it's affordable for people. I mean, that's something that's really important. And if you look, our higher education, both our colleges and universities, are the most affordable anywhere in the United States of America. And especially in an era where we've seen inflation for many years since COVID, there's different things that have been difficult for folks, understandably. This is one where you're getting a bargain in the state of Florida, and I'm proud of that, and I'm proud that it's accessible to people regardless of their income. Now, we're here today to sign legislation regarding school safety. I think a lot of people remember way back in 2019, when I first became governor, we received a report from the Parkland School Safety Commission that outlined a number of things that we could be doing, particularly in K-12 education, to focus on increasing school security in the wake of the Parkland shooting. And we worked with the legislature and we implemented the most far-reaching school safety program anywhere in the country. Just since 2019, we've invested $3.1 billion on student safety, and we can. We created the Office of Safe Schools within the Florida Department of Education to provide training and support for our schools with monitoring and enforcement authority. Required every public school in the state to implement a mobile panic alert system. Created Fortify Florida, a mobile suspicious activity reporting tool that allows folks to report suspicious activity at a school. And the thing is people kind of know, right? It's like you go to school, you see something, some guy or something that's kind of like creepy. People just got a sense on some of this stuff. And sometimes it can be like a mortal threat. Sometimes maybe just someone that shouldn't be there. But the reality is we want everyone to be safe. We also designated a school safety specialist for each school district who's responsible for school safety within the district. We required every public school in the state have an armed safe school officer or on campus each day. It's amazing what that does to deter the bad guys from wanting to mess around, but it's proven to be successful. We've also established a program that allows teachers and other personnel to be trained to serve as guardians on campus. Having guardians in school is an effective way to ensure that highly trained personnel are in place to respond immediately in the event of an emergency. When they did the Guardian program, you'd have people say, we should not want teachers want to teach. They don't want to be holding guns. No one was required to be a guardian, right? I mean, you weren't required to do it. And most schools embraced it. And the point I made was like, yes, say you have an instructor, an administrator who's a guardian and is carrying a firearm, and something happens and they're there, then they can respond and save lives. Yeah, that's true. But to me, it's even broader than that. If they know a campus is a guardian campus, well, then a perpetrator is not going to know that they're going to be able to get away with it. They don't know whether they're going to be able to face resistance. And so what they try to gravitate towards is the gun-free areas where they know that basically people are going to be sitting ducks. And so I think the guardian, it puts the bad guys on the defense. They don't know who's going to be able to offer them resistance, and I think it's been something that was well thought out, and I think it's been executed. Of course, we did expand the Guardian program a few years ago to include private schools, which I know a lot of them have appreciated as well. We have also implemented harm prevention management model, a first of its kind threat management system that identifies and immediately responds to students who may pose a risk to themselves or others. One of the things that always bothered me about Parkland was, I remember when it happened, I wasn't governor, but and I was a U.S. congressman in a different part of the state than Broward County. But this was happening, and everyone was like, it's on the news big time. No one had been mentioned at all, but everyone on the ground was like, we know who it was, right? Like, this was not unexpected that this particular individual would do something like this. There were so many warning signs. He was being passed around the system. No one wanted to take responsibility, and no one wanted to impose discipline and hold him accountable. And so that's what really, I think, always stuck in my craw, that if you had, and look, I removed the sheriff of the county because they didn't respond appropriately to this. And I remember that I had been governor. I mean, this had happened, I think, almost a year before I became governor. And I said there needed to be accountability. I met with Ryan and a lot of the Parkland parents over that period of time. And I think a lot of them, not that the accountability is going to bring back the students, but it sure is nice to know that failures are addressed. And so we came in my first week in office, we removed the sheriff because of this. And I think that set a positive tone, that there is going to be accountability and people need to be exercising best efforts to do it. But it just seemed to me that this is something that should have been, there should have been interventions before it got to that point. And obviously at the point there should have been a better response, but it should have even gotten to that point. So these, I think, things are ways to, identify. And we've also just broader, even apart from serious violence, but just disruptive behavior. We did a teacher's Bill of Rights a couple of years ago, and maybe it needs to be fortified more, but basically it says, you have a right to have an orderly classroom, and if someone's disorderly, you can discipline the student. And what happens is, it's like teachers, in some instances, if they discipline an unruly, then they're the bad guy. And how does that work? You go to the office, then you just come right back and continue to do it. That's not fair to the teachers, and it's obviously not fair to the other students. So we've been supportive of that, and not having cell phones in the classroom. That is something that has been a huge distraction for students. It's not been something that obviously is being used for education. But honestly, a lot of this technology has not borne fruit in terms of classroom experiences. There's a role to be teaching our students how to handle technology, both in their daily lives and potentially in the workforce, but to just try to say that technology is going to supplant our responsibility to help these students learn how to think for themselves, that doesn't work. And I know more and more people, when I came out and said, we shouldn't have cell phones in K-12 classrooms, MSNBC said that was an example of fascism. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know. And so we did. And then now even the more liberal states have gone in this direction. And I think there's been a recognition that how this technology has been utilized for both distraction, but even how it's been used, some of the teaching may not be the most effective. So we're going. And you go there, people learn for hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years with an instructor imparting knowledge, right? I mean, so it's we know that can work. So we were happy to be able to do all of that and many, many more. And so we've also invested money in mental health. So we have almost $1 billion since I took office. We have new requirements for mental health services and training, including at least 80% of all school personnel complete youth mental health awareness and assistance training. We've also created the School Environment Safety Incident Reporting System that all schools must use and report the results. The system collects data on crime, violence, and disruptive behaviors that occur on school campus grounds or in school transportation, like on buses or at school-sponsored events. And then this will be provided to the Department of Education as well for oversight. So there's been a lot that we've done, including the Florida Safe School Canine Program, which supports local law enforcement agencies for purchasing and care for firearm detecting dogs. We've done a lot on dogs, even apart from this. I just signed more animal welfare legislation, big penalties for people that abuse animals, particularly dogs. Massive support for police canines, including being able to take them for emergency care if they're injured in the line of duty, helping the police officer adopt the canine when it's time for the canine to retire, and helping with the vet bills and all these other stuff. I don't think there's been a state in the country that's been more supportive of pets, but particularly dogs, in the state of Florida. But in this instance, having those police canines is really, really important. So all these things are significant, which brings us here today with House Bill 757. This is a great piece of legislation. I want to thank the members of the House and Senate for passing it and putting it on my desk. This bill expands the school guardian program to public post-secondary institutions and requires sheriffs to assist in the implementation of the program. It's going to make our state colleges safer than they already are. It's going to require public post-secondary institutions without an existing public safety reporting application to implement our Fortify Florida or something comparable by July 1st, 2026. Institutions must advertise the platform on their websites, install it on mobile devices issued by the institution, and bookmark the website on all computer devices maintained by the institution. The bill also introduces a new criminal offense for discharging a weapon within 1,000 feet of campus. Not self-defense. If you're lawfully using it, that's different. But for unlawful use, you're going to face stiffer penalties when you do this near our institutions. It also ensures best practices related to emergency procedures, youth mental health assistance, and active shooter training, and are thoroughly explained by instructional staff to students and school district staff. It also establishes the Active Response and Mitigation of On-Campus Risk Act, the ARMOR Act, which adopts an active assailant response plan and a family reunification plan. And finally, it conducts an annual security risk assessment at each campus. So I think that we've taken this more seriously than probably anybody else has done. Certainly in our state's history, it's been a high priority, and this continues that momentum. So good job for the folks in the legislature. We're going to hear from some folks first. Then I will sign the bill. Okay, we'll hear from our commissioner, Stasi.
Well, thank you, Governor. It's a real honor to be here with so many folks that are true champions of education and ensuring that we are providing a safe and secure learning environment for everyone in higher education. But we also have superintendents who have, through the years since you've taken office, implemented this important school safety legislation at the district level. And every year that this governor has been in office, we have built on the successes that we have achieved here in the state of Florida as it relates to school safety. I look around the room and I think of so many people who've been there from the beginning. President Eric Hall now, who was a senior chancellor at the department when we were implementing this legislation. Damian Kelly, who was over the Office of Safe Schools at the time that we were first looking at how this was going to be implemented. And a lot of the same narratives that you heard at that time, they're starting to bubble up a little bit, but we are quickly dispelling those and reminding people why we are doing what we're doing. It's been incredible to be able to spend time with the superintendents and the college and university presidents, as well as the Board of Trustees, talking about what this is going to look in higher education. I want to thank all of the folks who worked together behind the scenes to make sure that we got this legislation across the finish line, especially Representative Salzman and Senator Gates, who sponsored the bills. I appreciate the governor and his leadership. He is always very clear in his vision that we will continue to build on the successes. We will never rest on our laurels. Student safety has been my #1 priority as Commissioner of Education. It's because of this governor's vision, and the vision to ensure that we are making every student have access to great opportunities, but doing it in a manner that they're not worried about some of these ancillary issues like their safety. We want to make sure that is front and center priority. I'm thankful for the hardening component of it. I'm hopeful we'll get that across the finish line with respect to what that looks like with the colleges and the universities. What does it look like to implement the guardians? And I think it's been beneficial with this summit to hear from from the folks at the district level, how they did it 6-7 years ago when they took on the Guardian program. I want to thank the folks in the governor's office. I know Mary Claire Hubbard has been pivotal as the Legislative Affairs Director, Jared Oakes as Deputy Chief of Staff, Lita Kelly and Jason Wida. They have been instrumental in this legislation. And then the folks who are the stakeholders that are providing the feedback necessary throughout this process, the law enforcement personnel who understand what is required for a successful response, the folks who are running colleges and universities, whether at the trustee level or the presidents, who meet with me every 2 weeks and talk through these issues to make sure that we're giving full flexibility so that they're able to implement it in a way that makes sense on their campuses. I appreciate their efforts. I appreciate all the work that went into this important legislation, and I look forward to successfully implementing it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Governor, thank you. It's an honor to be here today. And I want to first and foremost thank the governor for his leadership. Florida has truly become the national leader in school safety because of the leadership and the emphasis that this governor has put on making sure every student in Florida and every campus in Florida is safe. In the 8 years since Marjorie Stoneman Douglas tragedy, where I lost my daughter Elena, Florida has implemented some of the strongest K-12 school safety measures in the nation. As I travel around the country, I see that firsthand. This morning, I was, during the first two panels, I was texting some friends in the Secret Service who 8 years ago testified in front of the MSD Commission about the importance of threat management. And I sent them a picture of the room filled with each of you, and three superintendents up there talking about threat management and the importance of that. And it brought, Secret Service isn't supposed to cry, but it brought tears to their eyes to know that something that they believe in so strongly has been implemented with such fidelity here in Florida. And I want to thank the governor and the legislature for making that a priority. Since Parkland, we have implemented new school safety measures each and every year. That's because of the governor's leadership. That's because it's been a priority. I want to thank the legislature for making school safety a priority and funding those efforts amongst the schools. The Guardian program in particular I want to talk about too. The governor mentioned that. The Guardian program was established to ensure that highly trained individuals are already on campus. Those in law enforcement know that if you're responding to an attack on school campus, you're already behind the 8 ball. Average attack is around 5 minutes. Average response time somewhere around 7. You're not going to get there in time. So having that armed presence on campus is vital. And the program has become a cornerstone of our Florida school safety efforts. And it, as the governor mentioned, it is serving as a deterrent in addition to a quicker response. Today with House Bill 757, it's such an important piece of legislation to extend those protections that we've enabled for our K-12 schools to our colleges and universities. It's also important because it extends those same Guardian protections to those campuses. And I know that should the unthinkable happen, lives will be saved because of this legislation. Together, the work that's been done over the 8 years and this bill, 757, have helped create safer, more secure, and more supportive learning environments where students can focus on their education and not worry about whether or not they're going to go home. Every student deserves that opportunity to learn in a safe environment and one they know is secure. And this legislation reinforces Florida's unwavering commitment to protecting students, faculty, and the entire educational community. Governor, thank you again for your leadership. Thank the legislature and for all those that have had a part in making sure this legislation gets across the finish line today. from this father from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Governor, I stand here representing our state college system, our universities, the #1 higher education system in this nation. Governor, you asked us to be #1 in workforce, and we delivered that 5 years ahead of time because we were focused on academic excellence. We were focused on aligning workforce programs to the needs of industry. And today, when you sign this bill, we continue to prioritize safety on all of our campuses. I want to commend the State Board of Education, the Board of Governors, the Commissioner, and the Chancellor, who brought us all together to learn from Florida State University here today with us. We had an opportunity to spend a day at the University of Central Florida. Thank you, President Cartwright, for hosting that very important day. And what we learned is what worked, what didn't work, what we could be doing better. And this morning, we learned from our superintendents who've implemented the Guardian program. And this is how you become #1 in school safety as well. The same way we've used our collective intelligence to advance our collective impact and make Florida #1 in higher education, #1 in workforce education. Governor, because of your support, your steadfast leadership, we will continue to be #1 in creating safe schools and environments where all of our students can come, feel safe, learn, and be able to achieve that American dream. So I want to thank the legislature for this bill, for bringing that forward, for the governor for signing that, to all of our college and university presidents as we implement it, and to everyone at the Florida Department of Education that has worked so hard to bring this forward and get this to the finish line. Again, on behalf of all of us, we want to thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and we will continue to make sure that students are safe on all of our college campuses, and we will continue to make sure that we deliver the best education in the country right here in Florida. Thank you, and God bless each of you.
You guys want to come up? Whoever wants to come up, yep.
Can I get the college and university presidents?
All right. Is today the 15th or 16th? 15th? Okay. Ugh. All right. Who wants one? Everybody. You got to get them. All right. Appreciate it. All right, there you go. All right, good job. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys being here for this. I think it's going to really help. Good policy. And again, thanks to the folks who were involved in this in the legislature and everybody that's been involved in these issues now for many, many years. It's been a very important issue for the state of Florida. Also, just want to thank our state colleges for serving a really important role in Florida's society and economy. And the reality is a lot of what we're doing at the state colleges, some of that stuff is the most applicable in terms of kids being able to find the gainful employment. I mean, honestly, not even kids, because people go when they're older to be able to get more skills. So it's really a lifetime learning opportunity. And especially as you see disruptions and technology and all these other things, you know, some of these core skills are going to be more important than ever. And so I appreciate that people are able to get that in Florida and get it at a very, very modest cost, particularly in relation to the rest of the country. So keep it up. Okay, we got any questions? Yes?
Governor, on the subject of safety, there's a push in the state Senate
Well, the library is a great opportunity to have something for President of the United States in conjunction with Miami-Dade College. And it would be the first presidential library that would be affiliated with a state college. The others, Bush, Clinton, these others were with, universities. And so to be able to have Miami-Dade College be involved in that is really a unique opportunity. And I know it's going to be something that students are going to be able to benefit from, as well as just being a state to have a library in our state. I think that it could have gone to New York. I would rather it have in Miami, and it's somewhat symbolic of kind of New York has a lot of problems. It's been well documented. People have moved. Even the more recent news about Ken Griffin doubling down on Miami, it kind of shows like this is where people are looking to for the future. So it was something that the college supported. It was something that the cabinet supported. I don't know really what the lawsuit would be. I mean, it's a foundation that is going to be running this. They're trying to say it's like a personal benefit to the president. I don't know that's how these things typically end up being, but I know for us, we view it as a good opportunity for education and culture, and I'm really excited to have Miami-Dade College involved in that. Look, in terms of my security, I've let FDLE handle that. They make assessments on all these things. I tend not to think about it because, I don't think it really helps you to think about it, but I do know that it's not insignificant, some of the incoming that they get about things that they're concerned about, so they do a good job with it. How that would work, going forward, I have no idea, but I do know since I've been governor, I've kind of let them make the call on that, and if they believe that there's threats, then we take that very, very seriously. Yes?
Historically, Miami-Dade College has been very important to immigrant students. Some of these students are in the process of obtaining legal status. Given that, how do you defend the push to prohibit undocumented students from attending college?
First of all, Miami-Dade College had people who were legally immigrating from Cuba under an approved policy of this country starting in the 1960s because we were fighting communism and because they were stealing everybody's property. And so you needed a place to go to be a refuge of freedom. And I think that worked very well. That's a lot different than what we saw under Biden, where there was just no controls, people pouring in from all over the world and doing that. So I don't believe this idea that we should say Miami-Dade College was built on illegal immigration. That is not true in terms of what it was built on. And so we're proud of the heritage here. Obviously, the fact that we're doing this library right by the Freedom Tower is something that's meaningful, not just to folks in this community, but for the state as a whole. But our institutions that taxpayers fund have got to be for Florida residents and U.S. residents first and foremost. I appreciate people in foreign countries. I hope that they do well. But can I take your tax dollars and dedicate that to people who are from foreign countries who aren't here lawfully? I would rather focus that on the people that I was elected to serve, the people of the state of Florida. And that's what the legislature believes, and honestly, that's what the people throughout this state believe. Yes, ma'am.
Governor, with the Trump administration increasing pressure on Cuba, do you believe that a regime change in Cuba is getting more realistic lately? And would Florida support stronger enforcement on boats between Florida and Cuba in that case?
Well, first, just let me say, I saw a report yesterday about a potential indictment of Raul Castro for his role in the Brothers to the Rescue and many other crimes. And my response to that is that's long overdue. He should be indicted, and he should be held accountable. And the Cuban regime is outdated as well. It should have, I was just at the Bay of Pigs Museum, and, honestly, that brigade, they were right to try to stop Castro in its infancy. Everything they said would happen has been much worse in terms of the dictatorship, how the island is basically just a big thing of poverty. Unless you're part of the Communist Party, you're poor. You've got no opportunity. And just imagine if that island were free, how successful it would be. But you see the difference between the Castro government and the United States. Look at South Florida. Look at some of the people that have done tremendous, who are exiles from that regime. They would not have been able to succeed how they stayed in Florida. They would be poor. They would probably be ignorant. They would not have any opportunities because of the repressive regime. So the only way Cuba is going to get better is to end communism in Cuba, end the Castro dictatorship. Now, how you do that in terms of pressure and diplomatic, I mean, that's obviously, there's a lot of moving parts there. I will tell you, in 2021, when there was serious uprisings in the streets in Cuba, I asked the Biden administration to stand with the people, to help the people, that this was a unique opportunity. They refused to do it. So the regime cut the internet, and people down here in Miami asked me, is there anything we can do? We wanted to do Starlink, and Musk was willing to move the satellites. But the problem is, I needed Biden to help put the receivers on the ground, and he wouldn't do it. So then we contacted this company that does hot air balloons with internet. They literally fly a hot air balloon, and then if you have a device, it'll go straight there. You don't need an intermediary device. And it was going to cost, I don't know, it's going to cost $10, $20, $30 million to do it for a period of time. I was willing to do that with our emergency funds because I thought it was a once-in-a-generation opportunity to bring about the type of change. It's got to be bottom up. You know, U.S. coming in is not, it's got to be bottom up. And the company was willing to do it at first, but then they said that they thought Biden would take away their business license if they did it. So we weren't able to do that, and that uprising really got snuffed out by the Castro dictatorship. So now we're in a different position because obviously we have an administration that is in favor of freedom in Cuba, in favor of the people there, and recognizes that this is an illegitimate regime. So hopefully we see free Cuba. What I don't think works is to say, okay, the communist government, they're going to make some accommodations, do some business here. Ultimately, they will take that money for themselves. So as long as they're in power, you don't have a pathway, I think, to have true reform on that island. And if you did have a free government, I mean, people in Florida, I think, know, because we know these different islands around our peninsula, and I'm not saying anything negative about any of the other ones, because there's nice places. Floridians go, they fish in the Bahamas, they do all that. Cuba would be the #1 draw. No question. I was down in Gitmo when I was in the Navy, not as a detainee, as one of the officers. I was there, but I saw everything. And you're not allowed to leave the base, but I saw this amazing coastline. You talk about fishing and boating and some of that stuff. The things that could develop there, you could create a really, really strong economy. People would, the standard of living would go up incredibly, but you can only do that if you have a free society, rule of law, and you got to have a legitimate constitutional type government. And that's, that's not easy to do for sure, but I hope that we see that day. Every day that goes by is a day that way too long for this government to be there. Now, boats, we already are out there doing boats. We stopped the boats. What we want is if it got to the point where you could have change in Cuba, I'd like people in the U.S. to go and help with that. I wouldn't want to empty the island into Florida or the United States. What good does that do if you want to actually improve things, if you have that opportunity? So we're not going to be letting boats, just like we don't let any of these boats come in with the Coast Guard and us and our Operation Vigilant Sentry. So you remember people say, oh, they're spending money on immigration enforcement. We had Biden. They didn't have enough Coast Guard vessels. So there were boats landing in the Keys and some of these other places, Haiti, Bahamas, you name it. And some of the time they had contraband, they had other, do you want a boatload of 12 military-age males showing up on our shores no, of course you don't. It's not value added for us. But once they get here, Biden would take them and then settle them in the country. If you stopped them in the sea, Then they would go to the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard would take back to Haiti or wherever they came from. And so we've been able to, with us filling the gaps in the Coast Guard, our state operations and our vessels that we have used to interdict are responsible for the interdiction and the repatriation of 19,000 foreign nationals who would have been illegal aliens in this country. They have contraband, they have firearm, they have a whole bunch of stuff. Not every boat, but many of them do. And that's been a huge, huge success story. So we've got good muscle memory on that, but I think the administration is aligned with us on this, that we don't want to see an influx into the United States if that were to happen. We would want the people there to be part of the solution to be able to get Cuba back on its feet, you know, where it belongs. Yes.
What is your response to reports that the state has missed or delayed payments to vendors at Alligator Alcatraz? Is that true?
You should talk to the Division of Emergency Management about that. I mean, you know, I've got bigger fish to fry than cutting checks to vendors. It's just not anything I've ever been involved with. I know that they're involved with doing that stuff, and I'm sure they'll figure it out. We've never been told officially anything about that. Again, they send us people to stage, and then they take out and send back to their home countries. If they stop sending people to us, well, I mean, we're not just going to sit there twiddling our thumbs. And so if they make that decision, then they'll let us know, and then we will react accordingly. You know, we also have the Baker County up in North Florida one as well. It's a little bit different because that was done after the reconciliation bill, so the way that it was financed is different. We did the pre-reconciliation, so we did it through the FEMA, which is a reimbursement process. So it is a little bit different. But they also send people there. And so we'll see what they're going to do. But I think at the end of the day, if they have the resources to handle it themselves, good. We always said it was going to be temporary until they could get rocking and rolling. If it is they just don't want to do the immigration enforcement anymore, I think obviously, you know, you'd have a lot of voters would not want to see that pivot. I think that they want to see the mission completed. They understand that you can't just say one guy can let in 10 million and then we're not allowed to do anything about it when we have someone come in to clean it up. I don't think that they think, and I know there's problems with the courts and all these other stuff, but I think the mission has to continue. We're committed to helping with the mission because we think it's important. Obviously, you know, people don't really talk about how much does it cost local communities for education and health care and all these other things. You know, you drop 100,000 people in who are from foreign countries, that is going to impose costs. And we did 10 plus million as a country, not we, but the Biden administration did 10 plus million. Do you think that that just pays for itself? You don't think that these communities are absorbing massive costs as a result? Of course they are. Of course they're doing it. I mean, you saw what happened when 50 rolled up to Martha's Vineyard. They freaked out, and they got them off there. They said, we can't handle it. We can't handle it. Well, if one of the wealthiest islands can't handle 50, how do you think some of these other communities have felt about it? And so but we've gotten no word on whether they're going to continue sending folks there for the mission. I know we've helped with 22,000 who otherwise would have been released back on the streets in the state of Florida. And as I've said many times, if you're here illegally, the law is the law. I've never been one to say, oh, well, only the convicted criminals, because then you're saying come illegally, and then once you commit a felony, then we will send you. Like, no, I'd rather you just stop. I don't want to get to that point. So I've never bought into that kind of political distinction, but it just so happens that the people they have sent there, many of them have really horrendous rap sheets, and these are not people that you would want to be released back into our communities. And so it has no doubt made the state of Florida safer, and has been a big help to be able to help with the Trump administration's one of their core missions that they were elected to do. Okay, thanks everybody. God bless.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up a news conference in Miami, where he also took some questions at the end there about the Alligator Alcatraz, the lawsuit over the Trump Presidential Library, and a couple of other topics as well. We're going to take a quick break right here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. We have been talking some politics this week, and we're continuing to watch the U.S. Senate race here in Florida, getting a lot of attention in a race where Ashley Moody is running for election for the first time after being appointed to that seat, and also facing challenges from a couple of high-profile Democrats. And one of them joining me live now today, retired Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman. We appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here in our streaming studio today.
Good to be here.
So first, when we first spoke with you was shortly after you announced your campaign. I want to just talk to me about how the campaign has been going. I know you've been busy going, traveling all over. What has the campaign been like for the past few weeks?
It's a massive state, 23 million people, 67 counties. I've got a ticker that tells me how many I've gone through. I know we've met thousands and thousands of Floridians across the political spectrum. We're going to places where, frankly, Democrats don't typically go to. And when I say we're going to ruby red to deep blue, I mean it. Just 2 weeks ago today, we were in the Villages and we walked the line before folks entered the Trump rally, and I wanted to hear what was on their mind. I mean, as a senator, you should be running to represent the entire spectrum of views. So I wanted to hear what was on folks' mind. And what was striking to me is how much similarity there was across the political spectrum. Everywhere I go, folks are getting crushed by costs. This is people telling me that they want their children to continue to live in Florida, but they don't know if they could do that because of the jobs are available and because the costs are too high. Talking about parents that are on fixed incomes that have to think about whether they could live here in Florida or it's time to move on somewhere else. This is cross-cutting, and then it's also a deep impression that the system is fixed. You've got folks like Ashley Moody that was appointed into that role, that's trading millions of dollars in stocks on insider information. She's trading big pharma stocks while sitting on the health committee. She's taking campaign PAC checks to be able to fund her campaign from the utilities, and she's taking these same resources from big insurance. And they know that that's not the way things are supposed to be. They're hardworking, but they're still just scraping to get by while career politicians and the ultra wealthy and connected are prospering. So that's what I'm hearing across the entire political spectrum. This is a beautiful state. It is pretty awesome to be able to cover it in some significant detail and just meet people and hear their stories.
It is interesting that you mentioned some of those issues that we do know matter to people. Affordability, obviously a huge one. What many are calling the affordability crisis here in Florida, that's really exacerbated right now by the spike in gas prices as the war in Iran continues. You came out in support of suspending the federal gas tax, which we heard a proposal from the president on that. Opponents say that's going to harm the repairing infrastructure. It doesn't, in some cases, actually lower the gas price, and it's just a temporary Band-Aid anyway. How do you respond to that? Why do you think suspending the federal gas tax is the right move here?
People are hurting. When we started this campaign, we didn't have an Iran war. We didn't have this massive surge in gas prices. Everything is actually impacted by the war in Iran. The Strait of Hormuz has a trickle-down effect to grocery prices, to delivery costs, everything. So things have gotten even more complex over the course of 3+ months. And frankly, the people in Florida are in need of desperate relief. What I've been hearing consistently on the road is people struggling to figure out how to put food on the table versus gas in the fuel tank in order to get to work. So we need some immediate relief. Now, the big issue is how do we get ourselves out of this war? That would be the biggest relief on costs. And of course, we'll have to deal with the effects of suspending gas taxes. Those are important revenue streams to deliver infrastructure. But right now, it's about making sure that people that are struggling to get by have that kind of relief. And we could worry about some of the bigger issues like the war. That's a top priority and beyond a little bit later.
When you're talking about the war, we did see a war powers resolution fail again in the Senate here recently. You served in the Army, earned a Purple Heart in Iraq. How does your service impact your view on this Middle East conflict?
So I'll tell you, this resolution failed by the thinnest of margins. It failed because Ashley Moody voted to continue this war, voted to continue to impose these costs and penalties on the American taxpayer, on people in Florida. So I take this personally because I think this is an extremely dangerous war that's putting troops in harm's way. It's costing us billions of dollars. And we should be focused on other things. We should focus on what's on forefront of mind for people here in Florida. Just relief on the things that are crushing them, and a system that looks like it's, again, purely organized and to deliver for power, deliver for big corporations. I don't understand how we have somebody that's running for office, currently that appointed senator that's running for office, that's happy to cut healthcare subsidies. She's happy to cut emergency relief funds and vote for billionaire tax cuts. That to me is a completely misplaced priority. And what they could get, they could count on for me is the same thing I've done throughout my professional career, which is I've defended the American people in uniform, and I'm going to fight for American people as a congressman, as a senator.
Your campaign's been talking as well about insurance here in Florida. What can the U.S. Senate do to help folks in Florida with the insurance crisis?
There are immediate reliefs that we could provide in the Senate. First of all, we have to take back power over tariffs. That would immediately drive costs down. I think all of the above with regards to alternative energies. Ashley Moody's taking money from fossil fuels, and therefore she's happy to go ahead and cut support for solar and wind. If we have those back in the market, that drives down utilities. With regards to homeowners insurance, Florida is the fourth largest economy in the country. Our tax dollars don't stay here. They get spread across the country. If we're spreading the wealth, we should also spread the risk. What that means is that we put in some safeguards and supports for big insurance players to stay here. They're competing against each other in a market system, and they're driving down costs. That is a federal solution, a Senate solution that I will undertake.
You talk a lot about Ashley Moody. Before you can face Ashley Moody in the general election, you are facing other opponents in the Democratic primary, including Angie Nixon, Democratic state lawmaker from Jacksonville, who just yesterday was reprimanded by her colleagues in the state house for taking a bullhorn onto the House floor in the middle of the state redistricting vote. Republicans said that was not appropriate conduct. She has said that she was just standing up for voters who were about to lose their voice now that these new maps have been passed. Any comments on your Democratic opponent and the reprimand she faced?
We obviously need to fight hard for all Floridians here across the political spectrum. I think they're completely underrepresented or not represented. What we're seeing with regards to redistricting or gerrymandering, actually, this is the result of the fact that the Republicans like Ashley Moody, corrupt career politicians like Ashley Moody, are happy to inflict pain on taxpayers because they're profiting from corporate interests, and we need to put a stop to that. I think if that's the fundamental thing that we're fighting for. We need to make sure that we break the system of corporate resources going into these career politicians' accounts that drive them to do these bad decisions, and when they can't connect with the voters, then they try to steal a vote. Then they try to go ahead and redistrict and gerrymander. That is fundamentally a flawed approach to governing, something that I'm going to deal with. I fought for this country before, I'll fight for it again.
You rose to national prominence for your role as a whistleblower that led to the first impeachment of President Donald Trump. Trump remains popular here in Florida. If you're elected to U.S. Senate, is there anything that you could or would be willing to work with Republicans and President Trump together on?
What I'm hearing from my engagements, again, with independents and Republicans, even folks that are fond of the president, is that his priorities are misaligned with their interests, that these wars overseas are costing them money, tax cuts for the billionaire class, while we get services cuts to health services, these are things that the electorate does not want. They don't want a police force that's wrecking communities, breeding insecurity. So what they were looking for is they're looking for a senator that is not simply a rubber stamp for power, that is not simply an automatic yes vote, like Ashley has been for this administration and for power. An independent-minded veteran like myself that will serve their interests. That's what I'm hearing across the board. That's the message that is resonating. And frankly, there's a personal stake in here. My daughter's, she's 15, she's a 9th grader. 3 more years, she's out. I want her to make Florida her home. If she doesn't feel like there are job opportunities, if she doesn't feel like it's affordable, she might take herself elsewhere, and that would really hurt Dad. So I'm fighting for her to be able to stay at home because she has a beautiful opportunity to settle here, enjoy the weather, the sun, and family.
Alex Vindman, retired Lieutenant Colonel, a Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate. We appreciate your time today. I know you've got another campaign stop, so we'll let you go. Where are you heading next?
I've got a couple of meet and greets and house parties and interviews, but we're going across the state. That's the beautiful thing, is we get to see this state in detail, and it's an amazing large state. So wherever we go, looking forward to it.
It is a beautiful state, that's for sure. Alex, thank you so much. We appreciate your time today.
Thanks.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look at I-4 right now. This is I-4 westbound in Seminole County, right near mile marker 98. That's the Lake Mary Boulevard exit. There was a vehicle fire there that was blocking a couple of lanes, continuing to cause major traffic issues. So that is that view. Let me show you one other, the view here from what we can see. Let me dial up one of our other angles here where you can see just how big of a backup that this is causing right near the overpass. Major traffic issues. Again, this is I-4 Seminole County near Lake Mary because of a vehicle fire. Still seeing lanes blocked, including right there at that entrance ramp. And so be aware, be ready, be prepared for backups, for delays as this continues to be an issue right now at this 12:30, the bottom of the hour here. Let me get you live now to Washington, D.C. Vice President J.D. Vance speaking right now at the National Peace Officers Memorial Service on Capitol Hill. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Number one, the Department of Justice is aggressively seeking the death penalty for anybody who dares to kill a law enforcement officer in the United States of America. And number two, we're taking care of all of you left behind when your loved one pays the ultimate sacrifice. In 2025, the Department of Justice's Public Safety Officers Benefits Program distributed more than $166 million in death and disability payments. Just as an officer would never leave behind a brother or sister in uniform, we will always stand by the families of those who are left mourning the loss of a brave police officer. Now, our work is far from finished, but allow me to leave you with a message of encouragement, as we couldn't do any of what we do without all of you. Your advocacy, your steadfast support for law enforcement, it moves mountains in Washington, D.C., a city that in recent years had turned its back on our men and women in uniform, but because of you, and because we're reminding the nation once more of who stands between order and chaos, that thin blue line still holds. My friends, later in the book of Isaiah, the Lord speaks through his prophet, and he says, "You shall be called the repairer of the breach. You shall be called the restorer of streets to dwell in." This afternoon, we honor the men and women who lived out that calling every single day, who gave everything for their belief in it. They stood in the breach for their communities so that the streets would be safe to dwell in. Where others brought violence and chaos, they brought order and peace. And though we mourn their passing back into the arms of their Creator, those of us who remain inherit a new responsibility. Our responsibility is simple: to follow in their footsteps and to devote our own lives to service. To stand beside the families these fallen officers loved, to fight for them as they fought for us, to remember the children, the grandchildren, the spouses and parents and the friends these fellow officers left behind, to speak their names, to tell their stories so that they're never forgotten, and to always ensure that the country these officers gave their lives protecting remains worthy of the sacrifice of the very best among us. You know, I stand up here with this very thick glass between me and you, and because I'm the Vice President of the United States, I am blessed to have a Secret Service detail, people who look after me, who put their lives on the lines, just as your loved ones put their lives on the lines. And what I realize is that the Vice President of the United States, of course, has a Secret Service detail, but 99.99% of our fellow citizens do not. They don't have a Secret Service detail. They have you, and they have your loved ones. And one of the great things about the United States of America is it was founded on the basic principle that whether you were rich or poor or black or white, everybody deserves safety and security and peace in their neighborhoods. Security is not just something for the rich and the powerful. Security is something that ought to be the birthright of every single American child and every single American family. That is what makes our country so special, and because you are the people who fight for that principle, who enforce that principle, who protect that principle, I am forever indebted to you. God bless you. God bless your families. God bless the fallen. And may he continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you for having me.
The Vice President wrapping up his remarks at the National Peace Officers Memorial Service, part of this month and this week and this day. that is set aside to remember those who gave their lives in the line of duty. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Last week, 4 South Florida men were found guilty of conspiring to kidnap or kill the president of Haiti. This is a case that we have been watching. They were accused of plotting in South Florida and then hiring a squad of Colombian soldiers to overthrow the Haitian president. This was an assassination that threw the country of Haiti into chaos. It happened back in 2021. We had the chance, Fox 35's Aaron Page had the chance to speak with Jacqueline Charles, who is the Haiti and Caribbean correspondent for the Miami Herald, to give us some context and talk more about this case.
So for viewers who may not have followed this closely, can you briefly explain what happened in this conviction?
So, first of all, I have to take your viewers back to July 7th, 2021, when the president of Haiti, Jovenel Moise, was assassinated in his bedroom in the middle of the night. In Haiti, there has been an ongoing investigation, but there was also an investigation that was launched here in the United States. Why? Because some of the accused held meetings in South Florida between Miami, Doral, and Fort Lauderdale starting in April. And according to the U.S. government, this is where they were involved in a conspiracy where they were plotting to kidnap or kill the Haitian president. Overall, we've seen about 13 individuals in the U.S. Who have been charged in connection to this, going into this trial, which began on the 9th of March and essentially lasted for 42 days. We had 39 days of testimony. We were waiting, 2 days for this 12-member jury to come to a decision. This is a federal trial. But going into this, you had 6 defendants, co-conspirators to say, who had already taken guilty plea, 5 of them to the main conspiracy, which was to kill or kidnap the president, and 1 other from the Tampa area, Fred Bergman, who basically pled guilty to exporting, bulletproof vests into Haiti without, the proper, paperwork, proper authorization. So, on trial, we had 4 individuals. It should have been 5, but a 5th, a Haiti-born doctor and pastor, who wanted to replace Moise. He is not on trial at the moment. He is sick, and so he will be tried separately. But we had 4 individuals, including the owners of a company basically known as CTU. It's a security firm, counterterrorist unit security and counterterrorist federal academy. The two owners, they were on trial along with a Haitian American who worked for them and who spent some time in Haiti, and a financier from the Broward County area who was accused of financing this plot.
A lot of Florida ties with some of the people who were on trial. Why do you think this case, outside of the people who were from Florida, why do you think that this case has such strong ties to South Florida to garner so much attention?
Well, first of all, we have to remember that, South Florida is home to the largest Haitian American community in the United States. It's very close to Haiti. We have a saying here that when Haiti sneezes, Miami catches a cold. At the time that this whole thing unraveled or developed, Haiti President Jovenel Moise was the subject of a lot of anti-government protests in his country. He was accused of overstaying his mandate. Constitutional lawyers in Haiti and also his critics were saying that his mandate ended on the 7th of February, 2021. The United States stepped into the fray and says, no, he still had a year in office. But on the 7th of February, Jovenel Moise basically declared that there had been a coup attempt against him. And so we saw some arrests, we saw these things happening, but unbeknownst to a lot of people, a majority of individuals, is that here in South Florida, there have been meetings about a potential, replacement for Moise. At the same time, you had these individuals, one of whom was an FBI informant, but the U.S. government was not, and they've insisted that they had nothing to do with this plot. They didn't even know anything about it. And that they were, these individuals were meeting. The FBI informant even had a meeting with one of his handlers where they were trying to have a conversation about regime change in Haiti. And according to testimony during trial, that conversation was shut down. Nevertheless, these individuals were engaged in some sort of a plan to have contracts, to offer security services, to offer trash pickup, to offer, water. I mean, these were lucrative contracts, but it was all predicated on the fact that the person who was going to replace Jovenel Moise would sign off on these contracts and basically take in these guys. And so this security firm, they basically recruited former military soldiers from Colombia, about 22 of them. They were deployed to Haiti. They were supposed to be paid anywhere from $2,500 to $3,000 a month. They were never paid. The hotel bills went unpaid. What we saw during the trial is while they were there, they actually struggled to acquire weapons, ammunition, which is hard to think of when you think about right now that gangs control between 70 and 90% of Haiti's capital. But what was revealed in this trial is that there were all of these various, start and stop, all these various plans to oust Haiti's president, including an alleged plot to kidnap him when he returned from an overseas trip in Turkey in mid-June 2021. I mean, none of these went anywhere. But then on the 6th of July, some of the co-conspirators, including individuals in Haiti, they gathered at a mountaintop house not far from the president's home. They left from there. They raided his neighborhood in the middle of the night under the cover of darkness after midnight. And then the next that we heard was that the president was dead. Now, I have to tell you that the defense, they insisted during the trial that the Colombians did not kill the president, that he was already dead by the time the squad of Colombian commandos, mercenaries, whatever you want to call them, by the time they arrived at the president's house, that he was already dead and that he was killed by Haitians. I mean, that was the argument, but the jury did not accept that argument. And the jury basically, convicted them on all but one count, but most of those counts had to do with the conspiracy. The only count that they were not convicted on, and it actually had to do with just one of the individuals, Antonio Intriago, who was also looking at a count for smuggling, bulletproof vests into the country, and they basically did not convict him on that. But as far as everything else, leading a military expedition against a country that the U.S. was not at war at, meaning Haiti, conspiring to kill or kidnap this president. They found them guilty.
And one last question, because I gotta ask, because as you said, he was a pastor really who wanted to step into power. How realistic was that plan?
It's a very interesting question because when I was sitting in trial and we were there, I mean, throughout the trial, when you heard the crazy plans, I mean, at one point they were talking about kidnapping the president. They were talking about poisoning him, right? And so you have this pastor who had not lived in Haiti. He did not qualify under the Haitian Constitution, which requires you to, be living in the country for 5 years, and you cannot be a citizen of another country. So he was a naturalized American citizen. But when they realized that this gentleman would not qualify, they then threw their lot behind a Supreme Court judge in Haiti who had been fired by the president. And her firing had been controversial because, judges, they sit for life. But they decided to replace Emmanuel Sano, the Haiti-born doctor and pastor, with Wendell Koch Thilo, who I have to tell you passed away recently, but this is who they were now backing. So they were backing her and saying, okay, she will take power. So after the president is killed, what we learned during his trial is that there were phone calls that were going on by some of the co-conspirators who basically, can you get Madam Cook to the palace? Can you get her to the palace? We need to swear her in. We need to swear her in. The idea being that you swear her in and whatever contracts or documents that she signed, that would be valid. Well, that did not happen. I mean, the population, regardless of how they felt about President Jovenel Moise, about the situation in Haiti at the time, which did have a gang problem, did have the economy in shambles, they basically took this as a personal affront. They felt invaded. They actually went after these Colombians. Some of them were lashed with machetes. One of the co-commanders even talked about during his 29 days in the custody of the Haitian police that he said he was quote unquote tortured. And so yes, I mean, this was the plot, and there were several plots to take out the president.
Jacqueline Charles, Miami Herald, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. The state baseball championships are underway in Fort Myers. Games beginning yesterday, more tomorrow, and running through the weekend. Meanwhile, we are seeing some new data from a sports medicine specialist who conducted a study at the University of Florida that looks at the injury rate, including at the high school level, finding that the injury rate for shoulders 1.39 per 10,000 athlete exposures. And they say that chronic overuse injuries account for around half to more than half of all injuries. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had this chance to speak with Dr. Jason Zaremski, sports medicine specialist at the University of Florida, about what this means, what the takeaways are, and how this impacts youth sports.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the challenges is that we know how to protect our adolescent athletes, and we also know how to train them better than in years past. And I think that's sort of the balance is balancing sports performance with injury prevention. And we have a lot of really good training programs that are going to improve sports performance, improve their velocity, particularly in pitchers. But it comes at a cost. It comes at increased risk of throwing and pitching-related injury. And we haven't been able to figure out as sports medicine professionals how to balance that yet. And the challenge really is we know that velocity is king, particularly in baseball and softball pitchers. Faster you throw, the more successful you'll be, but it comes with increased risk of injury. And so how do you balance that? And again, we have not figured that out yet.
And I think for me, one of the most, I guess, easy ways to see it is you look at a baseball broadcast, you used to see 95, there's flames. Now everyone and their mother throws 95. I mean, even the old guys are throwing that hard. I mean, how much has this kind of desperate search for velocity and requirement of it really impacted the health of pitchers?
No, you're exactly right. It definitely has. There's some data that comes out that Major League Baseball puts up on a website called baseballsavant.mlb.com. And we looked at some numbers, and we looked at the percentage of Major League Baseball pitchers that have thrown at least 250 pitches in the majors from 2015 until last season. And that number has nearly doubled, something like 19% to 35%. So more than 1 in 3 pitchers at the major league level essentially is averaging more than a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And if you look at guys throwing 98 miles an hour or higher, that number is nearly tripled from about 1 to 2% to about 5 to 6%. And we know that everything at the major league level kind of filters down to collegiate, minor leagues, and then, down to high school and so on and so forth. So really, particularly for pitchers, velocity is king. And everyone is looking for that edge of how can I improve my velocity? There are these train programs called weighted ball velocity train programs, where essentially use a heavier ball than normal to throw. Normal baseball is 5.5 ounces, and these baseballs are heavier. And through a variety of details and without getting deep into the weeds, these programs certainly can increase your velocity in a short amount of time. The problem is, again, if you look at the data that's out there and that's peer reviewed, your injury risk goes up to as high as 20 to 25%, particularly if you still have open growth plates or you're still growing. And that's the challenge. Additionally, if you start to develop more of the wear and tear injury when you're younger, that means when you're older and you go through that physical maturation process and you start throwing harder, now that little bit of an injury you suffered when you're 12, 13, 14 years old now becomes more significant injury when you're 16, 17, 18 years old, as opposed to when you might have been in high school, when I was in high school years ago. You didn't have those wear and tear injuries until you were maybe older. Now you're already having those injuries in either middle school or early in high school, and your arm's just wearing down. And at some point, unfortunately, the elbow or the shoulder just give out.
And I think at least, because I used to work in the youth amateur baseball circuit from anywhere from 8 years old up to college kids, and the lack of pitching limits, because some of these tournaments you can throw a kid, you could have them to 100 pitches on Saturday and they can come right back in Sunday. I mean, where is the onus on parents, coaches, doctors, everybody to kind of take care of the kids?
No, it's a great question. At the high school level in the state of Florida, through the Florida High School State Athletic Association, so the FHSAA, they have followed Major League Baseball's pitch count guidelines or pitch smart guidelines, where they institute pitch counts. But that's only for the high school season. That does not apply for travel ball. That does not apply for weekend tournaments that aren't under FHSAA kind of umbrella, if you will. And that's the challenge, is these tournaments that are for prospects or travel ball tournaments. It's sort of really on the honor system, and it's up to the guidance usually of coaches, of parents, athletes being honest if they feel like they're having some wear and tear in their arm or some pain. But when the onus falls onto folks that are competing as opposed to maybe the tournament organizers or the associations, every association is a little bit different as well. So that's why it makes it really challenging once high school baseball ends.
Especially because, at least from my perspective, it feels like every kid, they're like, oh, can you give us one more inning? And they're like, a kid's going to say yes every
Yeah,
time.
it's not fair to ask a 15 or 16-year-old, say, if they can give you one more inning, they're probably going to tell you yes. So our job is to protect an athlete from themselves. We want them to be happy, healthy, successful on the field, off the field. But there needs to be some consistency, in my opinion, with all of these non-high school related events that go on in Florida. It's for most of the year outside from January to April, which is when high school season's going on right now. State tournaments going on in Fort Myers, obviously. But if you go to other parts of the country, particularly northern parts of the country, the timeline's a little bit different too. High school baseball and then summer baseball ends by Labor Day, versus in Florida, California, Texas, other southern states, it goes year round. So that's a little bit of a challenge. Also, we're such a big country, but the climates are so different, and that affects baseball as well. You can imagine a player in Boston, it's going to be very different than a player in Miami.
So from the evidence that you've seen and the research that you've also done, how do we protect these kids? What are the things that parents and coaches and leagues should be doing?
Well, I think what the FHSA has done in adopting some of the guidance from Major League Baseball, I think is a great step. I think we also need to implement some policy for the non-high school related events to sort of protect our athletes, because right now it's sort of a free-for-all, I think, at the travel ball level. And that's not just in Florida, that's everywhere throughout the country. I think we also need to continue to have this kind of grassroots approach where, whether it's a parent or a caregiver, whether it's the coaches, whether it's a sports medicine professional, meaning a doctor, a athletic trainer, a physical therapist, get out there on Saturday morning, speak to the little leaguers, speak to the softball players, really reinforce the principles of, yeah, it's great to play, but we also want to make sure you're trained the right way. We want to make sure you get at least 3 months off per 12 months to rest your arm. Try other sports, particularly if you are younger than high school age. If you play baseball, great. Maybe try soccer. If you play, if you're an American football quarterback, okay, well, let's try cross country, or let's try some other sport until you get to the high school level, and then you can start to focus on something. But we just have to continue to get the message out there and really reinforce to parents, caregivers, athletes, coaches to have buy-in going, look, if we want to have great sports performance on the field of play, we got to keep the athletes healthy. And that's really, I think, the take-home message is we have to have this collaboration between sports performance and injury prevention to keep our athletes happy, healthy, successful, and on the field of play performing the way they can.
And I guess, what's your message to the kids? Because, we've talked a lot about how every kid's going to want to get out there. What is your message for a kid who might be on the fence about wanting to throw that extra inning?
I think it's not fair to put it in a kid's decision-making capabilities. I mean, you're on the mound and you've got your adrenaline flowing, it's not fair to have a kid make that decision. It really isn't. We're not talking about professionals. We're not even talking about collegiate players. You shouldn't be asking a 14, 15, 16-year-old if a coach thinks, his or her pitcher is done, if a pitcher's reached, their match pitch count limit, then make a decision, for the child or for the young athlete. I don't think it's fair to put the onus onto a 15-year-old or 16-year-old to compromise something if he or she is hurting. I think, unfortunately, especially once you get to pro ball, many pro pitchers already have wear and tear in their shoulders and elbows. It is the price you pay, I think, to get to that level, as well as the price you pay for throwing at the velocity you throw at and to be successful. I think the days of Nolan Ryan, where he was the only one that could maybe hit 100 miles per hour, that's out the window. Now, if you throw 100, you're, basically an above average closer at the major league level, which is very interesting to say. I mean, you're seeing this now at the collegiate level. I mean, heck, You just saw a pitcher with San Diego with Miller the other night. He hit, or Mizrahi, excuse me, with Milwaukee. He hit almost 104 miles per hour and threw over 103 for 10 straight pitches versus the Yankees. So, we know how to push the body to our limits, but there is a price to pay for that. I think it's very different, though, when you're talking about professionals and adult men who are over the age of 21, 22, as opposed to when you're talking about teenage athletes that are having wear and tear of their arms. I think there's a very different responsibility that we have as sports medicine professionals, as sports performance experts at that age, the adolescent level, as opposed to at the professional level where there's a lot great care, year-round care, a lot more resources than a lot of folks have at the high school level. And, if we can prevent injuries at the high school level, that will only benefit pitchers once you get up to the collegiate and professional levels, because they would not have already had one surgery or already, wear and tear of the arm. Now they might be able to have longer careers, and the number of Tommy John surgeries or those UCL reconstructions or repairs will start going down.
Dr. Jason Zaremski, University of Florida sports medicine specialist. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Some new developments and a new look at a couple of the highly anticipated rides that are going to be reopening soon at Disney. We're talking Soarin' Across America and the new rock and roller coaster featuring the Muppets. I want to bring in Drew the Disney Dude, who joins us live now via Zoom. Drew, really getting an inside look now at some more of this ride, some getting a lot of new details with it.
Yeah, today is the last day of the week for at least when Disney would reveal things. And sure enough, this morning, 9 a.m., we got first look at Rock and Roller Coaster. An hour later, I was on Soarin' Across America. So I figured, hey, well, we always talk about when things are revealed, but now actually getting to see the final product, I feel is very important, especially with that $65 a day ticket offer we just talked about. And I think a lot of people may be considering going to the parks right now. Well, actually knowing what you're going to expect, I think, is a great conversation to have.
Yeah, so talk to us about Soarin' Across America. Today was what, media previews for that, and so you got the chance to check it out?
Yeah, today was cast previews, but thankfully I got to go as a guest and kind of just walk into it blindly. Now, I don't want to spoil everything, but what you guys are seeing on screen is kind of a first look at the latest version of Soarin'. We've had Soarin' over California, Soarin' around the world, and now Soarin' Across America. obviously celebrating America's 250th anniversary. In the pre-show, Patrick Warburton is back as our chief flight attendant. He makes a joke to his younger self, when they recorded that decades ago when the attraction first opened. So a little bit of fun stuff there in the pre-show. In the queue, you're going to see brand new posters kind of honoring the previous versions of Soarin'. And then again, what you guys are seeing on screen is this latest version of the ride. I only did about 1 minute of footage here, again, not to spoil the entire thing, but that opening scene with the rocket, that is just... I was like, wow, like that was just the perfect way to kind of get you into the clouds and then reveal the rest of these scenes. But my favorite thing about this version of Soarin' is that the large majority of the scenes were filmed on location. I actually believe everything was filmed on location, but some have like CGI touch-ups and that VFX to make it a little bit more polished. But I believe they spent over 2 months filming all of this footage. Obviously you can have inclement weather in conditions that don't work. So just a labor of love, just getting the footage itself. And then those are the posters I mentioned earlier. But I just love seeing money. Again, this is something that you and I, Garrett, have talked about over and over and over is, yes, we have those major expansions coming down the road, but at the same time, we are seeing a lot of time, money, and effort putting into the attractions we already have. And Soarin' is a beloved attraction that I think a lot of people associate with Walt Disney World and one of those must rides. And what better way to update it now for America's 250th this quincentennial. So just wanted to highlight. And now that I've been on it, it is a lot of fun. And I look forward to everyone checking it out soon.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the anticipation for this. Now that you've ridden it, what's the verdict?
Yeah, so I really like it. I still think Soarin' over California is my favorite one, just initial reaction after going on it once. But again, I really just like that with the current technology we have now with cameras today, that we really got to kind of see that updated equipment really shining and thriving, right? And another thing too is that the updated music, right? Bruce Broughton, who is a legendary Epcot composer, I don't even think I'm pronouncing his last name correctly in full transparency, but he kind of came back and did new versions of Jerry Goldsmith's iconic Soarin' theme. So even the music really leaning into that emotion and storytelling. And I really, again, just excited for people to check it out. I don't want to necessarily impact your guys' thoughts and opinions, but to actually experience something and get to visit so many iconic locations in America, like seeing a rocket launch or flying over the Statue of Liberty at the perfect time, I think people are going to enjoy it.
So cast member previews, what's next for it?
Yeah, so official opening is right around the corner on May 26th, just part of Walt Disney World's Cool Kids Summer. Everything is happening on May 26th, but it's also very important to remember for pass holders on May 19th and May 20th. If you just head over to Epcot, you can just hop in line for Soarin' Across America a few days before it officially opens. No virtual queue. You just show up to the park, get in line on those 2 days on the 19th and 20th. So if you want to check it out before it officially opens, I would suggest doing that. And right now, just with cast previews, it was super easy to get on. So if you're fortunate enough to go as a guest, then I don't feel like you'll be awaiting a long time whatsoever by any means.
Nice. And now we also are getting a new look at the rock and roller coaster featuring the Muppets. Talk to us about some of the new looks and the things that we're now seeing today.
Yeah, so the big thing this morning that I was not expecting, but I am very happy that we finally got our first look at these actual animatronics inside the ride. So the storyline is kind of remaining the same from before, where you're stepping into G-Force Records, and now it's under new management of the Muppets, right? And we're still going to a big concert, but now with the Electric Mayhem. And that is our first ever animatronic of Scooter, and I think he looks incredible. He's the band manager of the Electric Mayhem. And my favorite detail that they actually revealed today is that they use motion capture technology of the actual puppet and the puppeteer behind Scooter to make him as genuine and natural as possible. Rather than having, an Imagineer program him on his own, well, you have that motion capture, you just translate that data into the animatronic, and you have pretty much a one-to-one recreation of what a human performer would be doing, bringing this iconic character to life. Also, these penguin engineers coming back from Muppet Vision 3D, those same characters that we know and love, and they're kind of controlling the rehearsals of the Electric Mayhem as we're heading to that concert. So also one of the little details I love of the penguin engineers, sorry, misspoke there, is that their headphones, they have the G-Force Records logo on their headphones, and they're standing on buckets of ice to remain cool because they're penguins, right? So just these little details that I'm like zooming into the picture. I'm like, oh yeah, I know that logo. Or, oh yeah, of course they're going to be standing on buckets of ice. So that opens again at May 26th, but we're going to have some previews starting very soon. And I can't wait to talk about that one once we actually are able to, once it opens.
And also getting our first look at some of the new merch.
Yeah, Disney's making a big push for Muppets merchandise just because the Muppets have such a diehard following on social media that they really know if they promote merchandise to people that they're going to eat it up. So this is a very big collection. We have Roosevelt's hats, stickers, shirts, and in my opinion, the shirt that caught my attention the most is Statler and Waldorf. Like, are they teasing Statler and Waldorf in the ride? But no confirmation there by any means. It's just really cool to see a lot of Muppets dedication with merchandise, the money going into the attraction. Outside, you have a Swedish chef food stand. I think all of this stuff really coming together. Again, just what we just talked about with Soarin', you're updating an attraction with characters that people love. So only time will tell on what people think about Rock and Roller Coaster, because again, we can't talk about it yet, because the ride experience, we haven't been on it yet by any means. But it's just nice to see merchandise, actual looks at the animatronics, knowing they're going to that length with the motion capture technology, seeing how pretty accurate it is to the concept art that we've got. And very soon we're going to get to ride that one. So between Soarin' and the Muppets, just fun stuff here.
Yeah, it won't be long now. A lot of things to look forward to, as we have talked about. Been a lot of theme park news this week. Been a lot of theme park news lately. Drew, the Disney dude.
My brain feels overwhelmed. But
yeah.
Again, it's I can't complain when Disney gives us stuff to talk about, right? Especially, again, if you guys missed it, there is a incredible Florida resident ticket offer. You can get tickets for as low as $65 per day, all 4 parks, to go check this stuff out. So now's the time.
Yeah, that is. It's certainly not a bad deal. That is for sure. Drew, you heading to the parks this weekend?
I might be, but at the same time, I think I've got to kind of mentally prepare for Cool Kids Summer. Like, there's so many things happening. I'm like, got to do this, got to do this, got to do this, and I'll still be overwhelmed. But hey, it's fun to talk about everything, and yeah, we'll play it by ear, and we'll have even more to talk about in about 10 days from now.
All right, we look forward to it. Drew Smith, Drew the Disney dude. We appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett. Have a good one.
We're gonna take a break, and we'll be right back.
I created persons. Yes.
Breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. The jury back with a verdict on how to sentence these defendants in the Julio Fulio trial. Let's listen in.
Gathright was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more of the mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026 in Hillsborough County, Florida. CS for person of the jury. Defendant Rashad Murphy. Verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more of the aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026 in Hillsborough County, Florida. See S for person of the jury. Defendant Davion Murphy. Verdict form, jury verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more of the mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, CS for person of the jury.
All right, members of the jury, now I'm going to ask you all the same questions similar to what happened after the guilt phase of the jury. So, I'm going to ask you about the jury's decisions that you have just heard. Juror number 9, initials EM. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 16, initials AM. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 19, initials LY. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 24, initials WW. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 32, initials CRP. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 47, initials AM. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 49, initials CG. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 78, initials AC. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 142, initials TL. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? And Juror 157, initials CS. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? And Juror 158, initials JH. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? and juror 167, initials JE. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? All right, I have one last formal instruction for you all, then I have something more personal to say. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affairs as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. On a much more personal note, these are tough cases. These are tough cases. And I've handled a lot of tough cases. This is my first rodeo as far as handling tough cases. This one takes the cake. This one was one of the up to date, in my 24 years of doing this as a judge, one of the toughest cases. And you all are amazing. You're amazing people. You are smart, you are attentive, you are patient, and you are just. You are just. And I just want, on behalf of everyone involved, not just the parties, the attorneys, myself, our entire community owes you a debt of gratitude. And I wish I could do something more for you other than just say how amazing you are. I did have the bailiff give you all just a small medallion. It's just a token. I wish there was more that I could do, but that is all I can do. You all should go home, and as you resume your lives, be so proud of yourselves for the citizens you are and the sacrifice that you made for all of us in our legal system. We are eternally grateful. With that, your jury service is now complete. Thank you.
All right.
Some personal words there from the judge to the jury that has served for a week and a half of trial, and then another week now in the sentencing phase of this trial. The members of that jury deciding life in prison for those four defendants, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy, all of whom were convicted last week of first-degree murder in connection with the shooting death of Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio.
You all need to get the motions drafted. We're looking at sometime in June.
Yes, Judge, I would ask for a couple of weeks.
Okay. So, I know summer can be a little tricky. How are you guys looking the week of June 22nd? I could do the 22nd anytime, the 23rd in the morning.
Judge, the 22nd would work in the afternoon.
Working on scheduling some additional motions and those kinds of things. We are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. But before we do so, I want to give you a live look right now at Old Tampa City Hall, where we are standing by for a news conference any minute now, where we're going to hear from officials with the Tampa Bay Rays, with Hillsborough County, and with the city of Tampa. Going to be talking about the memorandum of understanding that was released yesterday, a big step forward in a potential deal between county and city leaders and the Rays team when it comes to a new stadium deal. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. We are approaching 1:30, and that's when we expect to hear from officials with the Hillsborough County, with the city of Tampa. Well, there's Tampa Mayor Jane Castor walking up to the podium right now. We expect to hear from her. Hillsborough County Commission Chair Ken Hagan, who is, right there. We also expect to hear from Ken Babby, who is the CEO of the Tampa Bay Rays. Looks like this news conference is going to be starting right on time as they discuss the memorandum of understanding that was released yesterday. So let's go ahead and listen in.
County Commission Chair Ken Hagan, Mayor of the City of Tampa Jane Castor, and Chief Executive Officer of the Tampa Bay Rays Ken Babby. We will take one round of questions and then come back for another round. So don't worry, you will get your questions. All of the media is seated over to the right, and we will take questions from that side. I will call on everyone one by one. Please say your name and affiliation for the speakers. Commissioner Hagan.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. As we like to say, it's game day every day in Team Tampa Bay. And that's not just a slogan. Today is a monumental day in our efforts to not only secure a forever home for the Tampa Bay Rays, but to also finalize an agreement on a generational project that will be the largest development in Hillsborough County's history. Having worked on this issue for over 16 years now, I can tell you that this is the closest we've ever been toward reaching an agreement with the Tampa Bay Rays. We still have some work to do, but I can tell you that the MOU, which will be voted upon by the County Commission on next week's agenda, is an enormous milestone by establishing a framework to address the few unresolved issues and to finalize the 6 or 7 definitive documents that will make up the agreement that will ultimately be voted upon by the Hillsborough County Commission and the Tampa City Council. I want to thank Mayor Castor and the City of Tampa for organizing today's press conference, and for all of our partners, whether it's the city, the county, the state, the Rays. We've made every effort throughout this process to be as transparent as practical, and I think today is a fine example of that. I want to thank my good friend Ken Babby and the Tampa Bay Rays for their sense of urgency toward working toward an agreement to secure a forever home here in Hillsborough County for the Tampa Bay Rays. But I also want to thank them for their commitment to winning on the field. And as we all know, they have the best record in the American League right now. And also, absolutely, give it up. I think maybe a half a game or game behind the Braves, I think, in all of Major League Baseball, but best in the American League, and also working so diligently to secure forever home here in Tampa Bay for the Rays. I especially want to thank county staff, leading with Bonnie Wise, our county administrator, Greg Hordell, deputy county administrator, county attorney, Julia Mandel, Tom Fessler, and the CEO of the Tampa Sports Authority, Eric Hart. They've all been working day and night to get us to this MOU. This is a complex agreement with many short and long-term issues that warrant careful consideration. And they have been and will continue to be meticulous in their evaluation and in their review. So I want to thank them all for their hard work and efforts throughout this process. And with that, I believe Mayor Castor is up next.
All right. Thank you, Ken and Ken Babby. You know, as Commissioner Hagan said, I haven't been working on this as long as he has, with 16 years. It has been quite a journey. But I do agree with the collaboration. There has been incredible collaboration here, and I want to thank Hillsborough County. I want to thank the TSA, the state, and particularly Ken Babby and the Rays, because they have been very transparent, very upfront. And as you will see in the details of this MOU, there has been a great deal, not only of collaboration, but there's been compromise. There's been compromise on everyone's part because we are all going towards the same goal. And we've said this for several years now, is that the Rays belong in Tampa Bay. And so now we have a memorandum of understanding that is the first step, and I would say a gigantic step, to ensuring that that occurs. This not only is great for the Tampa Bay region and for baseball in our community, but it's great for that particular area in the city of Tampa. Many of you know it's a CRA with the Drew Park area, and there just hasn't been a great deal of growth in that area. And now we have a project that will be transformational for that particular area, that's not only going to bring together the sports stadiums, but it's also going to connect to West Shore, to the airport. It is literally going to be transformational for that area. And then talk about Hillsborough College, the ability to get new buildings. Anybody that has been to that facility in a while knows that it needs a new breath of life. It is such a jewel in the Tampa Bay region. And what it will do for the college, for workforce in that particular area, bringing baseball, bringing the planned community and Hillsborough College together, again, will be transformational for our community. I personally would like to thank our team as well. My staff knows when I say we, that means them, and so they have done all of the heavy lifting here, along with the staff from the Hillsborough County, from the Tampa Sports Authority, from the state, and especially from the Rays as well. So our Chief of Staff, John Bennett, we have our CFO, Dennis Rahiro, we have our City Attorney, Scott Steady, and we have many others, Rebecca Johns, Morris Massey. So many people have worked so many hours on this, and we're confident that this, again, will be the first large step in a final agreement to bring the Rays to the city of Tampa. And as mayor, I am looking forward to yet another boat parade when they win the World Series. No pressure, Ken.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Mayor Jane Castor and Commissioner Hagan for being here, and all of you for joining us today. We're without the third Ken, and that's Dr. Ken Atwater of Hillsborough College, who unfortunately couldn't be here this afternoon, and we couldn't be more grateful to him and his team. I see Dr. Nihas, the president of Dale Mabry campus of Hillsborough College here, such wonderful partners in this journey with us. There are so many people to thank to arrive at this incredible moment. County Administrator Bonnie Wise, Greg Horwedel, County Attorney Julia Mandel, City Chief of Staff John Bennett, City Council Scott Steady, who I believe is here, Dennis Rojero, Tom Fessler from the county. It has taken a village to put together a complex, I believe as it was called, Memorandum of Understanding, which we've agreed to with the City of Tampa and Hillsborough County. There's still work to do. We still have work ahead of us, and a lot of that will happen this week. But to arrive at this point after many, many months of discussion, negotiation, long meetings, staff has given up holidays, given up Mother's Day, given up just about every other holiday since we've bought the team, to be here to arrive at this moment. We are truly grateful. But I also want to take a moment to recognize some of the folks that are not in the room today that are part of this moment with us. And that's our incredible community here in Tampa Bay. Throughout the city and throughout the county, for nearly 20 years, folks have waited for this moment, wondering about where the future of this team would be. And this memorandum of understanding is a monumental step towards securing the future of Major League Baseball right here in Tampa. We couldn't be prouder. We couldn't be more honored and humbled to be in these shoes at this moment of time and to work along such fabulous partners with the city and the county and the state and the college in this incredible journey. I also want to thank the incredible fans of the American League leading Tampa Bay Rays. Yep. The board, the staff, the incredible team at the college who stood by with us. They will also take a monumental vote this upcoming week as well as we embark on our lease agreement with the college. The theme of this process has been partnership. The energy, the trust, the responsibility on all of our shoulders to reach the right agreement. There's been a great deal of give and take on all sides to reach compromise on an agreement that's fair. We've always said it must be a fair public-private partnership. We're making investments in all of the areas that matter way beyond baseball. We're talking about a $55 billion economic return to the region, arguably the largest project in the city of Tampa's history and the county's. To do so takes time, takes thoughtful review, and takes care. It also takes commitment to our do no harm priority, to say that as we stepped from the first hour of the first meeting, that we would not take funds away from police or fire or emergency management, that we would focus a priority on transit, on mobility, on infrastructure. We've achieved a framework in this MOU that allows us to invest not just in bringing the forever home of the Tampa Bay Rays here to Tampa, but to invest in our region by making a great investment in ourselves. The Rays are here at the table, and we couldn't be more honored. It's a transformational moment for the community, both in terms of tourism, both in terms of the college, the economic impact, the nearly 12,000 new jobs that will come from this project. The impact that we will make through our community benefits agreement, which will be the largest in the city of Tampa's history. These things matter. It matters. This moment matters. And while we still have work to do, we urge the County Commission this next week to move this deal forward, to move this process forward at both the County Commission and the City Council. We are here together today, standing as one, committed to play baseball as the Tampa Bay Rays here in April of 2029. We couldn't be more honored, couldn't be more proud. And while we still have work to do to bring this over the finish line, Tampa, this is our moment. Thank you.
Nick Vilmo with the Tampa Bay Times. My question is for Commissioner Hagan. When the team's previous MOU asked for $750 million, and at the county workshop there was a framework presented that said the county can contribute $702 million. Yesterday's MOU says the county contribution could be as high as $796. Why and how did the county's contribution increase since the previous presentation, and what funding sources will be tapped to make this increase possible?
Okay, to begin with, some of the specifics are still being worked upon. As Ken Babby indicated, there has been significant give and take on both sides. We've been doing everything we can, trying to be as creative as possible to identify sources that can be used that prevent us from raising taxes, from raising fees. Unlike previous agreements, we're not raising taxes or fees. So irrespective of where someone may live, they're not going to feel that in their pocketbook. They're going to benefit from the revenue that's being generated. But primarily what's being used are the tourist tax dollars, the CIT dollars, and identifying some other sources of funds, like a couple of reserves are being considered, and just trying to be as creative as possible. I can tell you that we're looking at somewhat of a hybrid, again, we're not going to get into specifics, but looking into somewhat of a hybrid model in our financing that would allow us to either not bond or to partially bond a couple of our sources, which frees up the interest and bonding costs that we were initially projecting that would go into the agreement. And so by not having to bond, that frees up additional monies that allows us to go into the project. So some of that increase is coming from not having to bond on not the entire portion, but on some of the portion. That's the current framework that we're modeling and doing our best to get to. So I hope that somewhat answers.
Mayor and Chair, Evan from Fox 13. I just want to ask both of you individually. Mayor, have you secured the votes on City Council? Commissioner, have you secured the votes on County Commission?
Well, I would say, wouldn't say that we've counted votes. Clearly, we don't communicate that. But I can't imagine that any elected official would vote no on this memorandum of understanding. It's non-binding, and in essence, what it says is that we have crafted the basics of an agreement, and so to vote no on something that is going to allow us to further hash out the details would be a mistake. So I just can't imagine that any elected official would vote no on a memorandum of understanding that is non-binding.
Commissioner?
Sure. First of all, the county administrator is the one that's been tasked to not only lead the negotiation, but also to brief all of our board members. In my time in office, I've made sure never to assume how any commissioner is going to vote on any issue. You simply never know. They have just started being briefed yesterday as the MOU was finalized. It will be on our county commission agenda next week. What I can tell you is the previous vote a couple of months ago was unanimous. It was a 7-0 vote to continue the process moving forward. That is essentially what we're doing here. So I'm not going to commit to saying it's going to be a unanimous vote, but I feel relatively confident that there's support to go to the next step and to allow county staff, city staff to continue negotiating with the Rays to come up with the ultimate definitive documents. Again, they're complex. There'll be 6 or 7 documents, probably 500 or 600 pages long, very legalese, but it'll allow us to really dig deep into the specifics. So I am hopeful that there'll be support to do that. And again, judging by the initial vote a couple months ago, that was unanimous. So I can tell you, I'm not going to speak for the county administrator either, but she would not bring something forward on the agenda next week if she didn't believe there's at least support for moving forward.
Hi, Joanne Duran, Tampa Bay Sports and Entertainment Magazine. On our podcast, South Shore Live, we've been hearing the same thing over and over from people in the suburbs. How do they want to know what the benefit is going to be to them because they're not directly in this site area? And how do you explain that when taxes will probably go up based on what's going on?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say from our position in the city is that it is an advantage and of value to everyone, not just in Tampa and Hillsborough County, but the entire Tampa Bay area. Any large, successful city has professional sports teams. And whether you're a baseball, football, hockey fan or not, you can't deny the value that that brings, not only in the cohesiveness of bringing a community together, but in the dollars and cents, the economic value of that. One of the things that Commissioner Hagan talked about was our tourist tax. That funds a great deal of infrastructure projects in our city and our county to continue to help them grow. And many of the unincorporated areas of Hillsborough County have seen those benefits as well. Facilities that everybody is able to use, facilities that bring conferences, that bring sporting events, competitions to our area. That's of value to everyone. And if you look at the increase in our tourist tax over the years, again, that has benefits for everyone, whether they live next to a stadium or whether they're a sports fan or not. One of the conversations that we had this morning, I believe it was we were number 3 on the locations in the nation for people to vacation. If we're 49th largest city in the nation, but we are in the top 5 of every single category that you can imagine. And so you have to continue to grow as a city and county and do that successfully. And one of the elements of that are these types of venues, whether it's a convention center, it's a sports facility, it's some other type of concert hall. That brings value for every single member of Hillsborough County.
Thank you. And Rays, George McCarthy with Channel 8 at NBC affiliate. What's your reaction to obviously Wolfstall's comments about wanting the public to essentially pay for the shortfall and only agreeing to the MOU because of the $150 million that we're going to get for,
I think it's important to recognize that a process like this is defined by transparency. You know, the Rays, from the very first meeting that we've had and have met with every county commissioner multiple times, every city council member multiple times, and been out in the community publicly at, I believe, over a dozen events, maybe more than that. You can hear the raspiness in my voice. We've all worked hard to make sure that we understand the needs of the community, both from the public and, of course, our elected officials. We listen, we understand their questions. We often work to try and find solutions, working alongside them, and that's why they're in elected office. And so we have great respect for the commission and obviously for City Council, and look forward to their action this week.
Nina from the Tampa Bay Times. Question for Mayor Castor. You've all said that there's more work to be done in the next couple days, couple weeks. So what specific questions or sticking points still remain for you as you read this MOU?
Well, I don't know if there are any sticking points right now. As I said, there's been compromise on all sides, but in this MOU is an overarching funding agreement that I feel is of value to all of the parties involved. And so now we just have to hash out every single detail. So in essence, this MOU is sort of the outline. Now we have to fill in each of those blanks. And that really is where the hard work begins. And that's why I believe that our other elected officials, the county commission and the city council, will or should vote for this, because it is a transformational project for the entire region. And the vote says that, yes, we will continue to talk about those finer details that will comprise the overall agreement.
Chad Mills, Tampa Bay 28. Question for Mayor Castor and Commissioner Hagan. Can you guarantee that city and county taxpayers will not see services reduced because of this project?
Oh, yes. Yes, we can definitely agree to that. We provide, I tell our teams that we provide services in such a stellar fashion that they're taken for granted. And we will continue to do that. It is a do no harm model. And for us, for the city, we have facility, $165 million in the CIT for public facilities, and that's where that funding will come from, and nothing else out of our first responders, out of emergency management, out of transportation, infrastructure, you name it. All of those funds are maintained. And then in our budget, if you look at what we've put into infrastructure, into our roads, into mobility over the last 7 years, all of that is going to continue.
And like the city, county services will not be reduced. And I think when you actually dig into the numbers of what this project will generate, for example, for the upfront investment of 900, and I think it's 86 million roughly that we're talking about now, the independent financial consultants have estimated that will generate revenue to the government of 2.8 billion. Now, the overall impact, as Ken indicated, estimating at 55 billion and 12,000 jobs, but as far as revenue to county, city, and the state, will more than triple the investment. I think most folks would say, if you look at it objectively and independently, you'd say that's a heck of an ROI. But what that does is allow us to provide additional projects in the unincorporated areas, in the suburbs, addressing the question that was asked earlier, but it will also allow us to increase services long term. So, and the other thing I'd like to mention also, because it was pointed out earlier, at times I think that as great of a job as Ken and the Rays have done, and all the efforts that the city and county has tried to make to be as transparent, again, as practical, understanding there are sensitive issues that are discussed at time to time, I still think we can do a better job of telling our story, because if you think back, one of the questions said, because folks are believing that their taxes are going to increase over time. Well, that's just incorrect. We're not increasing taxes. We're not increasing fees. So I think we need to continue to get that message out and showing this is going to be, irrespective if you like baseball, if you like sports, when you look at all the other benefits, whether it's the additional revenue being generated in Drew Park. I was on the county commission when we created the Drew Park CRA. And that's because it was a blighted area. This was 2006. Guess what? It's still blighted. Okay, we can wait another 20 years if we want, do nothing. And anyone want to take a bet if it'll be blighted then? I guarantee it will be. Okay, but you look at that one funding source alone. To date, the revenues that's generated there has been about, I want to say, $38 million. Through 2042, it's going to generate $940 million. It's a heck of an ROI. Additionally, Ken mentioned this earlier, one of the definitive documents is called a community benefits agreement. In that document will be projects and services throughout Hillsborough County, city and county, that folks will benefit from, in addition to the transportation improvements along Dale Mabry, in addition to the college improvements that will be made there. So, long answer to your question, I'm sorry, but services will not be reduced.
Hi, Anastasios with Channel 10. So you guys are also working on securing funding from the state. What are things with those conversations now, and would you say that this MOU would help move things along?
Yeah, I can speak to that. States in session, state budget sessions are occurring this week in Tallahassee. Obviously, I think everybody's aware that the state has publicly said that they're watching closely to make sure that we can reach an agreement here locally. I think next week is a critical step in that process to continue to indicate to the state that the city and the county and the Rays and the college are serious to move this forward, and they're looking to our support, and of course we're looking to theirs collectively. And as this as this partnership becomes a reality, we remain confident that the state will be there by our sides, but we need to do our job here to continue to move the project along. And that's another reason why we're so proud to be at this moment with this memorandum of understanding, because together we stand up here today with a partnership. We still need to move it forward. There's still issues that need to be resolved, but I think we're all confident that we're going to reach a partnership, and are now bringing that to our elected officials next week. With a deep sense of pride and conviction. And as the mayor said, we don't know why any elected official wouldn't want to move a partnership like this, an investment like this forward, not just because of baseball, but because of community impact, because all great cities have Major League Baseball, because there's an opportunity to create world-class jobs and 130 acres of world-class development and retail. And 10 million attendees a year has been, developed by a third party. When I talk with my friend Bob Morrison at the Hotel Motel Association, we talk about the impact that this is going to bring to the region, not just for baseball, but for world-class events, collegiate championships, World Baseball Classics, all-star games, potentially even football or soccer events. All of that possible in an indoor facility of this size. And so it's an incredible moment. And for those who just look at this and say, it's just about baseball, I think you're missing the story. The real story is this is a bold investment that the county, the city, and the Rays are making in our community. The Rays are investing more than $1.2 billion privately into this investment because we believe in Tampa Bay. And so we couldn't be prouder of this public-private partnership.
Is more so about your timeline. If public support shifts or concerns grow, is there room to renegotiate or even pause this deal?
Speak to that. I think the timing of this, we've been really transparent and open about. It's one of the things when we look back on this process, I hope 30 or 50 years from now, and stories are told of how a partnership like this can come together. We hope we look back and say, boy, this was a best-in-class example of a city and a county and a professional sports team and a college coming together to create something never really quite done like this before, and we did so responsibly with a great deal of give and take. A big part of that has been the process. You know, the timeline, I think we all remember when the timeline was in April, and then it was a question of what we could accomplish in May, and it slipped, and there were questions about this. We are working side by side with the city and county to deliver Major League Baseball here in April of 2029, and that is why this step next week is so important. It's why keeping our foot on the gas on definitive agreements with our partners at the city and county remains important, so that we can hit not just the Rays timeline, but it's the community in Tampa Bay's timeline for Major League Baseball to play ball here in April of 2029.
Welcome into Florida Live. If you are just joining us on Fox 35 TV, we are listening in on a news conference. This is Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, who is speaking at a news conference alongside Hillsborough County Commission Chair Ken Hagan and Tampa Bay Rays CEO Ken Babby, speaking about the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding between county, city, and the team that is one step forward when it comes to a stadium deal in the Tampa area. Let's go ahead and listen in as these officials continue.
Deal with 6 or 7 lengthy documents, everything from
Tampa area. Let's go ahead and listen in as these officials continue.
Deal with 6 or 7 lengthy documents, everything from community benefit agreement to lease agreement, non-relocation agreement, finance agreement, 3 or 4 others I can't think of on the top of my head. And they're lengthy, and we can never lose track that we're talking about a significant private sector investment, but we're also talking about a significant public investment. And so it's incumbent on us to be meticulous, look into every detail, not just short term, but long term. And while we're appreciative and doing everything we can to move expeditiously on reaching an agreement, we're not going to do anything haphazardly that would potentially put the taxpayer or the county AAA credit rating at risk. We are one of a select few counties in the nation with AAA credit rating from all 3 rating agencies. That's because of our conservative fiscal budgeting process, and we're not going to do anything to jeopardize that. So it's incumbent on us to make sure that we are crossing every T and dotting every I's. At the same time, sensitive to the timeline and doing everything we can. That's why our staff, I got to tell you, I'm not the ones on the front line. They are, and they're working well into the evenings, or working weekends, or working holidays, because we are singularly focused on bringing this in for a landing, but we have to ensure that we're not doing anything that would in any way go against our guiding principles, which are to protect the taxpayers and our credit rating.
JP Peterson, Fan Stream Sports, Tampa. Ken, this is for Mr. Babby, for you. I dare ask a baseball question here. You said you've been following the Braves model, and they use this same model to pour money back into the team and won a World Series doing so. Could you talk about that part of the project, and Mayor as an ex-athlete and collegiate athlete, and Ken too, if you guys want to talk about winning and what this means for the Rays on the field?
Look, we are the Tampa Bay Rays, and this is the community's team. I think we said that. It's probably one of the proudest things about being in this role, and alongside my partners and Patrick Zalewski and Bill Cosgrove and the rest of this amazing partnership group, we feel a great sense of responsibility on our shoulders that as stewards of this amazing franchise. It's why we bought it. One, because we believe in Tampa Bay, but because we want to win. And we want to be part of Tampa Bay. We have to earn our right to be part of Tampa Bay. But the truth of it is, winning in a world of Major League Baseball, this is a business. And what the Braves have indicated, and I think it's a good example, it's not the only example, is that you can create a district that allows the team to be able to reinvest back in winning. And that's why we all are here. We're all about investing in the community, both publicly and privately. As we walk into work every day at the Tampa Bay Rays, the first names in our team are Tampa Bay. And we do so with a tremendous deal of pride.
This is Benji from Telemundo 49. My question is for the Rays. So many of the greatest players in our team are coming from Cuba, Puerto Rico, Mexico, for example, Yandy Diaz, for example, Junior Caminero or Jonathan Aranda. Do you have any specific message for all those Hispanic fans, for all those Hispanic players with this new stadium?
Well, I'd say this about our community. I don't know why you wouldn't want to be playing right here in Tampa. Baseball and its history here in our community is so deep, from Al Lopez to beyond. I'm learning, right, as we all are, on not only the history of this franchise, but more importantly, the history of baseball here in Tampa, going back to the Smokers, and who didn't play far from the site that we're looking at. I think we feel, again, incredibly humbled to be doing this project right here, right now in Tampa. And when I look at our roster and I look at our players, not only the two or three that you mentioned who are terrific and are off to great starts this year, I think about our ability to attract players into the future. I think about kids that grow up every day and make a decision to pick up a baseball bat and play Little League baseball here in our fields in Hillsborough County in the city of Tampa. And I think about what the game of baseball means to families, to bring families together at an affordable price night after night after night in a community that is safe and creates an environment that is really uniquely special. The opportunity to do that around the game of baseball right here, that's worth doing.
Nick with the Tampa Bay Times with another question for Commissioner Hagan. So the county's contribution includes the CIT and it includes general revenue funds. Both have been discussed as not going to a stadium in the past. Things change and projects that might not be anticipated emerge. But do you have any concern that using the sources will in any way weaken public perception or trust in the commission for the stadium deal?
No, I'm not, because county staff was very careful to identify potential reserves. Again, you can call them rainy day funds, if you will. They're not taking away from core services. They are reserves that, again, that are there for a rainy day. Part of the reason why we enjoy such a high credit rating is that we have reserve levels far way above any government, local, state in the country. I think the typical reserves are usually, they try and keep it around 18, 20%. I want to say on top of my head, we're at 23, 25%. So we've been, again, very fiscally conservative in our budgeting through the years. In fact, during a couple of the recessions, when the state government, they were raiding trust funds in order to balance their budget, we didn't touch our reserves. We made sure every effort was made to preserve those as much as possible. So county staff's been very deliberate on which ones we may potentially use. Again, that has not been determined yet. We just identified sources that could potentially be used. And so when other creative options are identified, such as what I mentioned earlier, a pay-as-you-go model over a couple of years, that frees up funding in the CIT and other sources that we can use instead of reserves. So it's certainly not the preferred option, and staff's doing everything they can to minimize any potential reserves that we ultimately have to use. But at the end of the day, you're not talking about a significant amount of money when you compare it to the overall 796. I mean, you're talking about less than 100 million. Ideally, we'll have that reserve level down even more, but we're taking a little bit from 4 or 5 different pots. We're not in any way significantly impacting any one particular fund. But I can tell you that over 16 years, it's been an extremely fluid process on what we ideally preferred to do, what were discussed before, and then what we're discussing now. Things change, circumstances change, the economy changes, and so, but we're doing everything we can, again, not raising taxes, not raising fees, identifying funds that are paid heavily by tourists, and not doing anything that anyone will feel in their pocketbook.
Last question here.
Ken, I just want to ask one of you if possible. I want to just ask,
Who's Ken?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Babbitt. There's a lot of talk here about compromise and how much each side has to give up. I want to know what's the biggest thing you think the Rays compromise as part of this deal?
That's a great question. I mean, I think, there's been a lot. I want to compliment, again, the staff at the county and the city, because as this partnership has formed in discussions, we certainly started with that do no harm approach and protected it for 6 months, right? When there were opportunities to do things that would have challenged that do no harm approach, they were non-negotiables, not just from the city or county, but for the Rays. And what I would say is that the Rays investment continued to grow as the city and county continued to push on us. We'd walk in, I joke, I think I was like 6'6" when we started these conversations. And the truth is, by the end, I think we reached on a fair framework that I think we all walked out of the room and not only shook hands on, but is represented in an MOU because it's responsible. Again, the responsibility of a document like this, and as these processes move forward, not only from the Rays, but from the county and city, these are generational moments, and I could make a case this is a once-in-a-generation moment in terms of this investment, in terms of what the Rays are making, the city's making, and the county. And so to be standing up here together today with pride and excitement and energy around a partnership like this is pretty incredible. And we're excited to see the action of the County Commission, Hillsborough College, and City Council next week. Play ball. Thank you.
That's a news conference wrapping up in Tampa, where we heard from Rays CEO Ken Babby, Hillsborough County Commission Chair Ken Hagan, and also City of Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, speaking about what they call a monumental day, the closest they've been to a deal when it comes to the future Rays Stadium. Now, we know there's still work to be done on this and still more questions to be asked. We, on the other side of this break, are going to speak with one of the Hillsborough County Commissioners who is tasked with a vote on this MOU next week. He has been vocal about a number of questions that he has had in part of this process. We're going to speak with him in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon as we continue to track news out of Tampa, Hillsborough County, as we heard more about this memorandum of understanding between city and county leaders and the Tampa Bay Rays, a step toward a stadium deal on that property on Dale Mabry. Joining us live now to talk about this process, their reaction to this. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Hillsborough County Commissioner Joshua Wostel, joining us live now via Zoom. Commissioner, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for the invite.
So you have been vocal throughout this process, asking a lot of questions when this has come in front of the commission before. I want to get your reaction. We heard from Chair Hagan saying that members of the commission have begun being briefed as of yesterday. Your thoughts on what we're hearing, what we're learning about this memorandum of understanding?
Sure. I just wanted to squash a couple of things that were said during that interview. I'd warned the Rays to stop using the term no harm deal. You can't say that when you're asking for tax dollars, and there will absolutely be trade-offs of things that we should have and could have invested this money in, alternative to subsidizing the stadium. So this is a harm deal. There's no way to avoid that being a reality. The deal is not very much different than the draft we saw when this was in April. Some of the significant things that your viewers might be interested in knowing is that we still do not have, one, the proof of funds from the Rays because they need our money up front, and two, we still do not have the site plans that demonstrate or justify the costs of a $2.3 billion stadium. Nobody seems to have those numbers, which are pretty concerning on its face, while we're about to approve a memorandum allegedly for a deal that we ourselves don't fully understand.
Now, we heard Ken Hagan, the commission chair, say a couple of times in this news conference as well that folks there, despite the public money that's going into this, because of the sources that he says, mainly the tourist tax, CIT, and some reserve funds, he says taxpayers there are not going to feel it in their pocketbook. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely not. I've warned everybody to stop saying that. And just so the viewers understand, government finance is very complicated and has a lot of jargon. But when they say general fund reserves, that means your property taxes, which are the biggest hot button item in the state of Florida right now. And who knows what's going to happen. They're actually going after our catastrophic reserve fund, which is the funds that we just used to help protect people after we got devastated by Hurricane Milton here in Hillsborough. Those are the exact funds that the Rays are intending to go after right now, much less our Hurricane Milton block grant disaster recovery funds that are meant for the people that had their lives ruined. So people will absolutely fill this in their pocketbook one way or another due to the current financing structure that's been proposed.
Now, the counter argument is that, as we heard today, this is a once in a generation chance to keep the team in Tampa Bay instead of seeing them move somewhere else, even Orlando. And that there will be economic gains by investing this money. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, the interesting thing is that because we don't have, the Rays have declined to provide any of the material documents that we would be able to use to substantiate those claims. Our own economic analysts, when they reviewed the Rays numbers, themselves said, hey, because we were unable to obtain certain things like detailed site development plans, parking plans, proof of elevation that they're going to be able to meet the 8 million square feet mixed-use development, we had to be more speculative than we would have normally been. They themselves, the Rays, came in and said $6 billion of new taxable revenue. Our analysts off the top chopped that down to $2.5 billion, almost by 67%. They reduced how much taxable revenue. And on top of the fact that the Rays have repeatedly told our community that there would be affordable housing throughout their new mixed-use development, but all of the studies, both from RCLCO and AECOM, from the two different agencies, did their analysis based on market rate housing. So when the property abatement comes from this alleged affordable housing that they're promising to the community, that's going to reduce that even further. It's completely fabricated for anybody to say that they understand that we will make our money back. And all of that has been made clear on the public record during our April workshop.
This will go back in front of you and your fellow commission members, on Wednesday, for a vote to move this forward. What do you see happening in that commission meeting next week?
There has been an immense amount of pressure tactics that have been used by the Rays, including them paying for bot spam emails out of a server in Los Angeles that our internal IT department has confirmed. I believe that they might have leveraged at least 4 of the commissioners through these pressure tactics to enough to get at least a yes on the non-binding MOU. So that they can unwind the state's $150 million kick-in, at which point they will then start saying that if we don't approve a binding MOU after that, that it will be our fault that Hillsborough College doesn't get rebuilt through that $150 million. I predict that's exactly what's going to happen.
Are you a yes or a no?
Oh, I'm an absolutely not right now. This is a completely one-sided deal. If for your group that hasn't read the MOU, they're demanding 100% revenue from everything, including the naming rights. Originally, they wanted the 100% revenue from the parking that would go into this facility, et cetera, et cetera. It is a one-sided deal, which is the only way it's gotten this far is through all of the pressure tactics that I just explained.
You've gotten a lot of pushback as well from folks on social media, I know, who have criticized your stance on this.
Yeah, I mean, people tweeting on social media all day are not representative of the people spamming our email commissioner boxes, thanking me in an extremely bipartisan way for being the only commissioner that's willing to stand up to this massive subsidy to the wealthy, rather than subsidizing all of the fixed income senior citizens that we have in our county that are struggling. So I'm not really too worried about social media. You know, we're adults here, and the people on social media appear not to be.
Commissioner, if this deal were to blow up and the Rays end up moving somewhere else, would you be okay with that?
I think that it would be unfortunate if Pinellas County lost the Rays for Tampa Bay. I'm focused on, we just preserved the Tampa Bay Lightning for 15 years. And we have a current fresh ask. I just met with the Bucs a couple of days ago, who I believe will be actually transparent partners, unlike what we're going through right now. You might not know that the Rays used lobbyists to thwart my motion a couple weeks ago of basically saying, we need transparency, please release the documents. I believe that the Bucs will be a good community partner in this. And if the Lightning or the Bucs lose under my watch, then people can accuse me of losing a regional asset. But hey, this one's on Pinellas County.
Hillsborough County Commissioner Joshua Wostel, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And we're going to continue to watch that process as it moves forward. We'll bring you those updates next week in those meetings as well. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me now. TJ, we are heading into the weekend. We know there's going to be a chance for some rain. We're kind of heading into that season where we have these rainy showers just about every day.
I feel like we're starting to talk about it a little more. I mean, we're hitting mid-May today officially, Garrett, and I feel like the rainy season, it's not that far away. So some good news that for all of us, hopefully, to try to really chip away at this drought. It's beautiful out there today. It feels so nice. It's refreshing. I feel like we haven't had that.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I haven't been outside since this morning.
I actually haven't either, but I just, from the sheer look, I can say that for sure it feels pretty good. It feels good out there.
But we are heading into summer. We're just a couple of weeks away from the start of hurricane season as well, TJ.
We are, yeah, and today actually officially we've seen the first sort of outlook come out, the ones that say, hey, we could have a low chance of development, a medium or high chance. And if you don't know, or maybe you're new to the area, just kind of refreshing your memory just a bit. So what that means is when we're looking at development in the tropics, whether it be just an area of low pressure that is spun up, or eventually the potential for a more meaningful storm, you'll see either a low, medium, or high chance of development indicated by the yellow, orange, or red there. Then, of course, when we start to see a more organized system, we'll eventually see that depression, which is notated by a circle on the map, or a tropical storm. You'll see that icon, or eventually the hurricane. If we do see one form, you'll see those icons. Just a little refresher as we get closer and closer to hurricane season. And May 15th now, we've gotten that first outlook, not tracking anything tropically speaking, but today was the first day of the season that we've seen these get issued. So that is kind of putting at least on your radar, no pun intended, as we head through the next couple weeks and, of course, get closer to the start of hurricane season. But it's beautiful out there and really not seeing too much cloud cover. That's a live look in Mount Dora, plenty of sunshine. Temperatures have been warming up with this area of high pressure starting to work eastbound, but it's also funneling in that more refreshing air. Temperatures are still warm, but where they should be for this time of the year, right around 90 degrees for the most part. We have an 88 in Orlando, but the dew points are refreshing in the 40s and 50s for many of us, but a little higher near the coastline. But it does feel pretty good around Orlando if you're getting out here this afternoon. 60s and 70s tonight, pretty close to average. We'll see just a few clouds from time to time. Then tomorrow, watching out for that East Coast sea breeze going to get pushed near the beaches on the Gulf side, kind of keeping chances a little lower around the Orlando metro. But that changes on Sunday, and it's looking like we're going to have an unsettled end of the weekend. Not a washout, but it's looking like we'll have to track some showers and thunderstorms on Sunday, Garrett, where we can kind of see more hit or miss showers and thunderstorms as we progress through the latter half of the weekend. I think we'll start off dry, but then you can see a pretty good chunk of us getting in on some of that meaningful rain that we sorely need Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening.
Yeah, there's no doubt that we need it. We're kind of heading into that time of year where we're going to get some of that. So
we are, yeah. It's looking like hopefully by the end of the month we'll start to see that rainy season come into full view. But it seems like that some of the signals are now starting to unfold that will lead us to believe we could be seeing it hopefully as we get close to the end of the month. So that would finally get us back into a more summertime pattern, but bring us some of that much needed rain.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett. I appreciate it.
We are also continuing to track developments today in the move, in the push to bring a presidential library to South Florida. Governor DeSantis was asked about it at a news conference today. Here's what he said.
Well, the library is a great opportunity to have something for President of the United States in conjunction with Miami-Dade College. And it would be the first presidential library that would be affiliated with a state college. The others, Bush, Clinton, these others were with, universities. And so to be able to have Miami-Dade College be involved in that is really a unique opportunity. And I know it's going to be something that students are going to be able to benefit from, as well as just being a state to have a library in our state. I think that it could have gone to New York. I would rather it have in Miami, and it's somewhat symbolic of kind of New York has a lot of problems. It's been well documented. People have moved. Even the more recent news about Ken Griffin doubling down on Miami, it kind of shows like this is where people are looking to for the future. So it was something that the college supported. It was something that the cabinet supported. I don't know really what the lawsuit would be. I mean, it's a foundation that is going to be running this. They're trying to say it's like a personal benefit to the president. I don't know that's how these things typically end up being, but I know for us, we view it as a good opportunity for education and culture. And
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking about the Trump Presidential Library earlier today at a news conference in Miami. You heard him mention a lawsuit. There is a lawsuit now challenging that. And so joining us live now to talk about this process and the claims of that lawsuit as well. Pleased to be joined by Politico reporter Kimberly Leonard. Kimberly, always appreciate you joining us. Good to talk with you today.
Yeah, you too. Lots of news.
Yes, I know you've been reporting extensively on this whole process all along the way, and that has built up to a lawsuit as well that some folks in Miami have filed against this. What's the latest here?
Yeah, well, first of all, this is the second lawsuit. Every presidential library is going to be controversial just because, it's kind of seen as political in nature. But this one has to do with Miami residents who have sued, saying that the new Trump Presidential Library / hotel, because the president has also said it'll be a hotel, would diminish their quality of life, is the way that they put it. So they have said that because it's going to be so big, it's going to get in the way of their view, that all the construction around it, the political nature of it is going to hurt them. And then one of the folks who actually sued in the first lawsuit, which had to do with free speech, and we can talk about that if you want, but he also is one of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit because he said he wanted to use that area to build an urban garden. And so Marvin Dunn and one of his students are both plaintiffs on that. And really this is being done on the basis of the emoluments clause. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. But basically what it says in the Constitution is that a president cannot receive, benefits, gifts, etc. from the federal government, from state governments, from a foreign government, other than a salary. And so we'll see how this shapes up, but I don't expect this to be the last lawsuit at all.
Yeah, if it's already facing two lawsuits, already fairly early in this process. Talk to us about that first lawsuit and how it differs from the second one.
Yeah, so the first one actually specifically had to do with free speech. The person who waged it, Marvin Dunn, said that the public should have had more notice about the land transfer of the actual, plot that's up there. It's a very expensive plot of land. I think it's valued at something like $67 million, but others have said it's probably worth a little bit more, like $300 million, given, right where it is. It's across from the Heat Arena. It's right in the middle of the city. It's next to the Freedom Tower, which used to process Cuban refugees. So that first lawsuit, which was sort of put to bed because what happened was, they transferred the land, but it was all kind of a big surprise. It was transferred. And there wasn't any discussion during the meeting with the Miami-Dade College. And then Governor DeSantis tweeted about it. Oh, this is going to be transferred. And so no one really knew what was happening. So what they did was they had a second hearing and went over it again and allowed the public to weigh in. But they still voted to transfer that land to the state, which then gifted it to the President's Library Foundation. And so, yeah, big question there, though, over what the governor said. Is this considered more of a quote unquote, gift to the president himself or his foundation? Can he benefit from it financially and so forth? Is going to be really interesting to unpack. I expect to be at all those hearings.
Yeah. So what happens next? I mean, is this on pause right now, or is everything kind of continuing to move forward? No injunctions or anything at this point as the things move forward in court. What's the status?
No injunctions yet. I would expect that there would be some kind of a hearing where that would be called for. You've probably seen that Eric Trump already put up renderings of what he thought this tower would look like. I mean, it's going to be massive. It's going to be a huge part of the skyline. I know you're showing it on the camera there. And so it'd be very interesting to see how it moves through the courts. And, I just think there's going to be more and more of this. I mean, if you think about the construction of such a huge building, the fact that it's a hotel and not just a library, I just think there's so many ways for those who are opposed to this library to sort of, get at it. And so I expect it to drag on a long time. I mean, if you think about it, the Obama Presidential Library and how long that has all taken, I mean, this could really be dragged on, even though the legislature has tried to make it as easy for President Trump as possible.
It's going to be an interesting process to watch, that is for sure. And like you said, really kind of just getting started with all of this. Certainly don't expect the questions and challenges to die down anytime soon.
No, definitely.
Politico reporter Kimberly Leonard, we always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us on this Friday here on Florida Live.
Same, thank you.
Have a good weekend. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. All right, football fans, you have no doubt taken a look at your favorite team's schedule for the upcoming NFL season. The big reveal last night. And earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, I spoke with Tim Walters, who is the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, who gave us the games we need to circle, not just on the NFL calendar, but also on the schedules of our 3 NFL teams here in Florida. So let's start by just looking kind of league-wide here and some of the big games that we really should watch out for, some things that you maybe have circled that we're going to want to keep our eyes peeled for.
Yeah. Looking over the schedule, there were so many things to take in yesterday, and it all kind of gets dumped on you all at once, except for the international games, which we learned the prior day. But, you kick off the season with a Super Bowl rematch. How cool is that? Where you get New England and Seattle, and nobody's happier to see Kenneth Walker out of Seattle than the New England Patriots. I think he just ran for another touchdown against them, in fact. But when you look past that game, you've got a Week 5 matchup where
Buffalo plays at the Rams. This could be the next Super Bowl preview. We'll talk about my predictions here in a minute, but Buffalo at the Rams, I mean, week 5, that one's going to be a really great game to watch. And then also, speaking of the Rams, they're playing in a first-of-its-kind Wednesday night game, as you see, Thanksgiving Eve game against the Packers. That one's going to be a lot of fun. Be really curious to see what the audience is like there with so many people preparing for their Thanksgiving dinners and everything the night before Thanksgiving. And then, of course, the international games, as I mentioned, the Rams and 49ers are going to play in Australia, which is really cool. You've got the Ravens and Cowboys in Rio de Janeiro. I'd love to go to that game. The Steelers and Saints will be playing in Paris, and the Bengals and Falcons in Madrid, and of course all the London games. So it's just such a neat thing that we've got so many games. The NFL is such a global game now, and they're going to all of these different places. But Australia, boy, that'd be another one. That's on my bucket list. I'd love to get there someday. But the Rams and 49ers will be doing that. So that kind of caps off, I could go on about big games all day, but we got to talk about our Florida teams.
Yeah, I can only imagine what the preparation is going to be like for that game in Australia when you're talking about that long of a flight and the recovery from that. That's going to be interesting. But yeah, let's talk about the Florida teams. Let's start with the Jags right in your backyard there. What are you kind of watching? What are your takeaways from the Jags schedule?
Yeah, the Jags, if you look at what they have, their real gauntlet is early in the season. So, you open against Cleveland, you got to beat the Cleveland Browns at home in Jacksonville to start week 1. But then they really run into what I think is their toughest part of their schedule. Week 2, you're at Denver. Week 3, the New England Patriots come to town. So you're looking at, and then you go to London and you're going to be playing games there. And then you hit your bye week. So you're hitting a tough 5-game stretch there, just coming right out of the gate for the Jaguars. And, Philadelphia and Houston and London, what great games. And I didn't even mention Cincinnati in there. You've got Joe Burrow. You're going to be going to Cincinnati there. So if you can get by that and you get into your bye week, even just trying to be 3-3 after your first 6 games, you'd love to be 4-2, of course. But then you're looking at a November where you have 5 games, and you should win 4 out of those 5. Indy, Baltimore, Tennessee, the Giants, and Tennessee again. So to me, that's a vital stretch. Then you run into a harder slog for 3 weeks after that with Chicago, Pittsburgh, and Houston. And then the end of the season is going to be pretty interesting because you have the NFC East there. You're at Dallas. Dallas, they haven't had a winning season in the last 3 years. Is Brian Schottenheimer really the guy you trust to get them back on their feet? Washington, Jaden Daniels returns. Can he stay healthy? And then at Indy. So if it's a close one down the stretch, I like what the Jaguars are going to have to do the last 3 weeks of the season.
And your way too early prediction for them, you're thinking they could go 11-6.
Yeah, I really do think that they can do that. Like I said, you just have to kind of survive that early season slog. But if you look at the Jaguars, 3 of the last 4 seasons, they've really made a surge at the end of the season. And so they really do get a lot better late. Their schedule obviously becomes a lot more favorable and has the last few years. But it's kind of like it takes them a little while to get their footing. But now after a season under Liam Cohen, I think maybe they could get out to a fast start. And that Denver game is really going to be the one that sets the tone.
Not so generous of a prediction for the Miami Dolphins, Tim. Take us through their schedule.
Yeah, sorry, Dolphins fans, but even if you were a good team, this is a tough schedule. I feel bad for the Dolphins. A lot of people are going to have their eyes on that Las Vegas game week 1. I don't even think you're going to see Miami native Fernando Mendoza, the number 1 overall draft pick, playing in that game. I found it so odd when the Raiders signed Kirk Cousins before the season, and I do believe that he's going to start the season. They're going to maybe take it a little bit easier with Mendoza. No reason to throw him into the fire when you do have a veteran who's still got something left like Kirk Cousins. In my opinion, they're going to keep Cousins around until maybe the trade deadline. Then maybe you see them deal him away so they can start working on on Mendoza from there. Just my prediction. But, but for the Dolphins, it'll be interesting to see that game because aside from that, I mean, you're talking the 49ers, Chiefs, Vikings, Bengals. I mean, it's going to be really tough. They may only get those 2 wins. Maybe they win one of the 2 against the Jets. And then you have the Colts in there who could be having a down year. But you're also looking at the Broncos, the Bills twice, the Bears, the Packers, the Chargers. I'm sorry, Dolphins fans. Like I said, this is going to be tough for Malik Willis stepping into his new situation on his 3-year deal. They've gotten rid of most of the really good weapons there, aside from re-signing Devon Achane to that big deal. So, this is going to be a tough one. They're going to be probably vying with the Jets for that number 1 overall pick the following year. So looking at those 2 Jets games on October 25th and November 29th, we'll be seeing who's trying to win or trying to lose those games. And then, of course, the Green Bay game, because your head coach and your GM are both from Green Bay, so they're going to be playing their old franchise late in December.
But a realistic chance that the Dolphins don't even get their first win until after their bye week.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough run. I mean, if you lose to the Raiders out of the gate, I don't like your chances against the 49ers, Chiefs, Vikings, or Bengals. I mean, the Vikings last year had a 9-8 record, and their quarterback situation was a mess. And now you're bringing in Kyler Murray, and, he's going to be competing for that spot. I think he ultimately gets the starting spot. And then, Joe Burrow, I just feel like he may be your MVP candidate. I think he's really, mentally angry at what happened last year. I think that he's going to really be leading this team with just a next level fire. So yeah, if the Dolphins don't get that week 1 win, you may have to wait for week 7 against the Jets.
All right, now what about the Bucs? Looking to bounce back, have some big losses on their roster. What are you thinking when it comes to their schedule?
Yeah, the Buccaneers, they've got a pretty difficult schedule. I still see them as a 10-7 team, maybe 9-8. I still do like them the best in the NFC South. But, it's interesting to see that they've got the New Orleans Saints, 2 out of their last 4 games. I think the Saints are going to be a lot improved. And having them late in the season, I think the Saints are going to get better and better as they build. So, I see some problems there for the Bucs. Again, tough early part of the season. You got the Bengals, the Browns, Vikings, Packers, and then Cowboys. So, if you can go 3-2 in that stretch, let's say, and then the Steelers, but then you're getting a conference play with the Panthers, the Falcons. So I still think that they have enough to hang in there. I think that this is the year with Mike Evans gone, that Emeka Egbuka steps into that, top wide receiver role. And I think that healthy, he's going to have a good year. Of course, Bucky Irving, I think, is a premier running back right now in the NFL. And of course, Baker Mayfield. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Reuben Bain does, stepping into that defense and translating what he does into the NFL. So, that Bengals game week 1, again, that's a tone setter. You are playing a team with an MVP candidate. How do you respond starting out the season? The Panthers game. And then late in the season, you play the Rams, who I think are the Super Bowl front runner again, the team to make it to the Super Bowl in the NFC. So, how you finish the season also is really important. And if they're on the bubble, they've got to play the Rams. Then they get the Saints. So, we'll just kind of keep an eye on how the Bucs can keep up that level of play late in the season.
All right. Before we let you go ahead and give us that early Super Bowl prediction that you got.
Yeah, so right now I like Bills, Rams. I'm sure it's probably a popular pick, but the Rams are just loaded, and Sean McVay is such a great coach. I think the Bills maybe will have their best chance because their offense should be even better this year, even with an aging DJ Moore joining the team. I think he's the best wide receiver maybe Josh Allen will ever get the throw to so far in his career. If the Bills, they've got a tough late season stretch where they get the Chiefs, Patriots, Packers, Bears, and Broncos. So if they struggle, if they fall out, I'm looking at an outside chance in the AFC that maybe you could see, a resurgence of the Chiefs even. The Broncos, obviously, if Knicks can stay healthy. I don't think the Patriots are going to make it back. So, and then my outside chances, I think you have three great contenders in the NFC West with the Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Rams. But if you look outside of them, I mean, I really am a big fan of this Lions team still. I think they have a lot left. They were 9-8 last year. I think they're going to be better than that. You know, the Bears may take a step back. Maybe not, but I think that the Lions will step up. So, you know, I got Rams, Bills, but those are some of my outside chances if those two teams don't make it.
Tim Walters speaking with me earlier today. I want to give you a quick update on this traffic situation in Lake Mary on I-4. What we know, this was from the car fire earlier today. A garbage truck hauling recyclables and cardboard is what caught fire. It blocked a couple of lanes for a while. And even though that roadblock has now been cleared, they're still doing some work over there, and it's still causing some delays and quite a bit of a slowdown on I-4. Again, this is westbound right near the Lake Mary exit. So continue to be aware of that situation right now, just because of the backup and the slowdowns in that area, even though the roadblock has now been cleared. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday, a day that we've gotten some new theme park news and some information, getting a sneak peek at the Soarin' Across America ride that'll be opening soon at Disney, and also hearing some more and getting some new looks and details about the rock and roller coaster featuring the Muppets. Spoke with Drew the Disney Dude just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, today is the last day of the week for at least when Disney would reveal things. And sure enough, this morning, 9 a.m., we got first look at Rock and Roller Coaster. An hour later, I was on Soarin' Across America. So I figured, hey, well, we always talk about when things are revealed, but now actually getting to see the final product, I feel is very important, especially with that $65 a day ticket offer we just talked about. And I think a lot of people may be considering going to the parks right now. Well, actually knowing what you're going to expect, I think, is a great conversation to have.
Yeah, so talk to us about Soarin' Across America. Today was what, media previews for that, and so you got the chance to check it out?
Yeah, today was cast previews, but thankfully I got to go as a guest and kind of just walk into it blindly. Now, I don't want to spoil everything, but what you guys are seeing on screen is kind of a first look at the latest version of Soarin'. We've had Soarin' over California, Soarin' around the world, and now Soarin' across America, obviously celebrating America's 250th anniversary. In the pre-show, Patrick Warburton is back as our chief flight attendant. He makes a joke to his younger self, when they recorded that decades ago when the attraction first opened, so a little bit of fun stuff there in the pre-show. In the queue, you're going to see brand new posters kind of honoring the previous versions of Soarin'. And then again, what you guys are seeing on screen is this latest version of the ride. I only did about 1 minute of footage here, again, not to spoil the entire thing, but that opening scene with the rocket, that is just... I was like, wow, that was just the perfect way to kind of get you into the clouds and then reveal the rest of these scenes. But my favorite thing about this version of Soarin' is that the large majority of the scenes were filmed on location. I actually believe everything was filmed on location, but some have CGI touch-ups and that VFX to make it a little bit more polished. But I believe they spent over 2 months filming all of this footage. Obviously you can have inclement weather in conditions that don't work. So just a labor of love, just getting the footage itself. And then those are the posters I mentioned earlier. But I just love seeing money. Again, this is something that you and I, Garrett, have talked about over and over and over is, yes, we have those major expansions coming down the road, but at the same time, we are seeing a lot of time, money, and effort putting into the attractions we already have. And Soarin' is a beloved attraction that I think a lot of people associate with Walt Disney World and one of those must rides, and what better way to update it now for America's 250th this quincentennial. So I just wanted to highlight, and now that I've been on it, it is a lot of fun, and I look forward to everyone checking it out soon.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the anticipation for this. Now that you've ridden it, what's the verdict?
Yeah, so I really like it. I still think Soarin' over California is my favorite one, just initial reaction after going on it once. But again, I really just like that with the current technology we have now with cameras today, that we really got to kind of see that updated equipment really shining and thriving, right? And another thing too is that the updated music, right? Bruce Broughton, who is a legendary Epcot composer, I don't even think I'm pronouncing his last name correctly in full transparency, but he kind of came back and did new versions of Jerry Goldsmith's iconic Soarin' theme. So even the music really leaning into that emotion and storytelling. And I really, again, just excited for people to check it out. I don't want to necessarily impact your guys' thoughts and opinions, but to actually experience something and get to visit so many iconic locations in America, like seeing a rocket launch or flying over the Statue of Liberty at the perfect time, I think people are going to enjoy it.
So cast member previews, what's next for it?
Yeah, so official opening is right around the corner on May 26th, just part of Walt Disney World's Cool Kids Summer. Everything is happening on May 26th, but it's also very important to remember for pass holders on May 19th and May 20th. If you just head over to Epcot, you can just hop in line for Soarin' Across America a few days before it officially opens. No virtual queue. You just show up to the park, get in line on those 2 days on the 19th and 20th. So if you want to check it out before it officially opens, I would suggest doing that. And right now, just with cast previews, it was super easy to get on. So if you're fortunate enough to go as a guest, then I don't feel like you'll be awaiting a long time whatsoever by any means.
Nice. And now we also are getting a new look at the rock and roller coaster featuring the Muppets. Talk to us about some of the new looks and the things that we're now seeing today.
Yeah, so the big thing this morning that I was not expecting, but I am very happy that we finally got our first look at these actual animatronics inside the ride. So the storyline is kind of remaining the same from before, where you're stepping into G-Force Records, and now it's under new management of the Muppets, right? And we're still going to a big concert, but now with the Electric Mayhem. And that is our first ever animatronic of Scooter, and I think he looks incredible. He's the band manager of the Electric Mayhem. And my favorite detail that they actually revealed today is that they use motion capture technology of the actual puppet and the puppeteer behind Scooter to make him as genuine and natural as possible, rather than having, an Imagineer program him on his own. Well, you have that motion capture, you just translate that data into the animatronic, and you have pretty much a one-to-one recreation of what a human performer would be doing, bringing this iconic character to life. Also, these penguin engineers coming back from Muppet Vision 3D, those same characters that we know and love, and they're kind of controlling the rehearsals of the Electric Mayhem as we're heading to that concert. So also one of the little details I love of the Penguin engineers, sorry, misspoke there, is that their headphones, they have the G-Force Records logo on their headphones, and they're standing on buckets of ice to remain cool, because they're penguins, right? So just these little details that I'm like zooming into the picture, I'm like, oh yeah, I know that logo, or oh yeah, of course they're going to be standing on buckets of ice. So that opens again at May 26th, but we're going to have some previews starting very soon, and I can't wait to talk about that one once we actually are able to, once it opens.
So a lot of excitement for several things there, changes coming to the parks. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We are out of time here on Fox 35, but want to let you know that our live streaming news coverage continues in just 1 minute. If you're watching on our digital platforms, sit tight and we'll have that for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for joining us. Have a great weekend.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Congressman Aaron Bean, a Republican from Florida's 4th District, holding a health care summit right now where he is joined by a number of officials in the insurance and medical fields to talk about the status of health care billing and insurance and that kind of thing, bringing lawmakers, policy experts, and others together to try to come up with some ideas to improve transparency and speed with the overall goal, he says, of ensuring better healthcare outcomes. This comes on the heels of some proposed legislation, the No Surprises Act. And I want to play for you a little bit of what we're hearing from Congressman Bean, some of his opening remarks at this healthcare summit.
Authorization, a valuable tool for managing ever-increasing health costs. The other side will say it's just an obstacle that is put between the doctor and the patient, the vendor and trying to deliver care. So what's this all about? Well, we've got another all-star panel that's going to liven things up with healthy debate and trying to get to the bottom of what we can do better or how we can make that change. I've got my great friend, I've already introduced her, Mary Mayhew, who is the former director of for healthcare in Florida. Secretary Mayhew is what I still call her because she was a big deal. She's still a big deal with the Florida Hospital Associations. But our moderator for this panel is a gentleman that is well known on Capitol Hill, having served for the Health Fellow for the Energy and Commerce Committee, as well as working healthcare for Congressman Bob Latta of Ohio. Today, he is the Federal Government Affairs Director for a company called BioMayoru. And so, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for panel number 2, who will introduce our all-star panel, please welcome Mr. Paul Hartman. Big Paul.
Congressman Bean, thank you very, very much. First, before I start off, I've got to say, you have to stop having Shane Wood's panel go first, because it is extremely hard to try to top that. They absolutely brought the energy. So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's discussion on prior authorization. I want to thank both Congressman Bean, who always brings the energy, and his wonderful staffer, Richie Lemura, for inviting us to participate in today's health series. By way of introductions, my name is Paul Hartman, and I'm the Federal Government Affairs Director for BioMayoru, which is a global in vitro diagnostic company that specializes in respiratory and infectious diseases. We actually have a pretty big footprint in the great state of Florida, and particularly the 4th District, which I might say is the best in the state, where we ran close to 170,000 tests in 2025. I am absolutely thrilled to be here with you guys today, especially on a beautiful late Friday afternoon. So, we are honored to have with us representatives from 2 pivotal pillars in American healthcare with us, AHIP and the Florida Hospital Association. So let's get into a little bit of background into the history of prior authorization. So to understand where we are, we're going to have to look back. So prior authorization began in the 1960s as a pre-certification, a tool used sparingly to justify extended hospital stays and high-cost surgeries. By the 1990s, with the surge of managed care, prior authorization became a staple of utilization management, designed to ensure care was evidence-based and to keep healthcare controls from spiraling out of control. Over the decades, however, what started a targeted safeguard has expanded into nearly every facet of American medicine. Today, it covers everything from basic diagnostics to prescriptions, moving from a niche administrative check to daily operational reality for every clinic in the country. So where are we today? We stand at a critical crossroads in 2026. On the provider side, physicians report spending an average of 13 hours per week on prior authorization paperwork, often citing dangerous delays that lead to treatment abandonment. On the payer side, our insurers maintain that prior authorization is one of the few effective tools for managing medical waste and catching unsafe treatments before they reach the patient. However, the tide is turning towards simplification. As of this year, we have entered a new era of accountability. Impacted payers are now mandated by CMS to process urgent requests within 72 hours and standard requests within 7 days, while providing specific, actionable reasons for every denial. In April, the Trump administration proposed to extend similar timelines to prescription drugs as well. Insurers have put forth new commitments to improve the prior authorization process for patients and providers. For example, some insurers have already begun voluntarily reducing prior authorization volumes, some by as much as 30%, and gold carding programs are recognizing high-performing doctors to remove these barriers entirely. So, the future. We have to axe the facts. So looking toward 2027 and beyond, the goal is a fully digital, transparent ecosystem. We are moving towards a real-time electronic prior authorization through standardized APIs with a target of approving 80% requests instantaneously at the point of care when all needed information is provided.
All right, looks like we are having some issues with that feed there. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us. We are wrapping up a week where a lot of things happened, and I want to bring your attention to something that we didn't have the chance to bring you earlier this week, and that was when Artemis 2, the crew, the astronaut, had the chance to be on Capitol Hill and meet with a number of lawmakers, including the Senate Committee on Science, Commerce, Transportation. So I want to play for you a little bit of that news conference where we heard from a couple of senators and even a couple of the astronauts as well as their kind of victory tour continues following their history-making mission around the moon. Again, this was earlier this week on Capitol Hill when we got to hear from the crew of Artemis 2.
Well, good morning. And it's not often you get to say, welcome back to planet Earth.
Thank you.
All of America, and indeed the entire world, is proud of the four heroes that are standing behind us. Today, we welcome the historic Artemis 2 crew. Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. Artemis 2 wasn't simply a successful mission. It was proof that this nation still has extraordinary talent, the capability and the resolve to do hard things at the very highest level. It showed the world that when America commits itself to a mission, we lead and we succeed. This is about more than just exploration. It's about the strength of our nation. And it's about whether the United States of America continues to set the standard beyond Earth or whether we allow others to do it for us. This crew carried humanity back into deep space and surpassed the record set by Apollo 13 for the farthest distance traveled by humans from Earth. That was not just a milestone measured in miles. It was a declaration to the world that America is once again pushing the boundaries of what is possible. And what made this mission resonate so deeply with the American people were the moments that reminded us that space exploration is still at its core a human endeavor. We remember the breathtaking videos on the far side of the moon, and I don't mean Pink Floyd, and the crew's raw reactions to it. We remember the wake-up songs, the flying Nutella, the spirited debate over maple syrup and pancakes. Even in the silence of space, humor, individuality, and joy endured. We also remember the moving tribute of Carol Crater, named in honor of Reed Weissman's late wife, Carol. It was a reminder that behind every mission are families who support and sacrifice and give meaning to the work of those who serve. Many of us, myself and Ranking Member Cantwell included, also recall the privilege of speaking directly with the crew during their mission on a call joined by bipartisan and bicameral legislators. I want to say to Jared Isaacman, the NASA administrator, who is here somewhere, Jared, thank you very much for not charging us long-distance rates for that call. That moment captured something significant. There are still causes big enough to unite the country. Space exploration and the wonder it brings to the world is one of them. The Orion Integrity spacecraft carried more than just 4 astronauts. It carried the work of thousands of engineers, technicians, manufacturers, and suppliers across the country who made the mission possible. It carried the hopes of a nation that still looks up and believes in what comes next. As a proud Texan, I would be remiss if I did not recognize the enormous role of Texas in this success. The Johnson Space Center remains the beating heart of American human spaceflight, where astronauts like this crew train, where missions are planned, and where decades of excellence continues to drive our leadership in space. Across Texas and across America, workers help make this mission a reality. Artemis 2 was an effort by all of NASA, with the extraordinary leadership from Administrator Isaacman, down to the engineers and contractors who worked for years to ensure a successful mission. Artemis 2 also demonstrates the strength of our alliances. We are proud to recognize the partnership of the Canadian Space Agency and Jeremy Hansen's historic role on this crew. CSA has long been a true friend to NASA, and we are grateful for their enduring partnership and contribution to our nation's space program. But let me say this plainly. This mission was not the finish line. It was the starting gun. Artemis 2 now sets the stage for future Artemis missions, for a return to the lunar surface, and for a sustained presence on the lunar surface. With the moon base that will secure American leadership for decades to come. We cannot afford complacency and we cannot afford delay. We cannot afford to lose sight of this mission. The moon isn't simply a destination. It is a proving ground for the technologies and partnerships and strategic advantages that will shape the future and ultimately will take us to Mars. So let this celebration also be a call to action. America does not shrink from great challenges. We meet them. We do not follow history. We make it. And because of this crew, the next chapter of exploration is already underway. To Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you have inspired millions of people. I'm used to this floating in the air beside you. And the spirit of exploration still defines this nation and those who stand behind us. I'm reminded in the 1960s of the role my hometown of Houston played in the birth of Apollo. And President John F. Kennedy came to Rice University and stood in the Rice University Stadium and made a commitment to America and the world that within a decade, we would put a man on the moon. And President Kennedy explained why we were doing so. He said, "We are doing so for the same reason that Rice plays the University of Texas, not because it is easy, but because it is hard." Well, these men and women have done something hard, and they have inspired America and the world, and the Senate Commerce Committee is proud to congratulate them and say a job well done. Now recognize Ranking Member Cantwell.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. I think that accent needs a little bit of work, but I want to thank my other colleagues who are joining us. Senator Gary Peters, I thought he was right over here. Maybe he's coming around. Senator Markey, Senator Kim, Senator Blunt Rochester, and Senator Klobuchar. I actually think, Administrator, you should come up and join us. Come on over here. You've done a great job. And we're very, very, very proud of your leadership in this mission. I'm thrilled to welcome the crew of Artemis 2 here to this important hearing room where we try to do policy that helps empower the Artemis mission. Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Canadian Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. We are so thrilled that you are here with us today. We're here to honor you and your travel around the moon, farther from Earth than any human before, in their vehicle aptly named Integrity. I had the opportunity to speak with him during the mission and was especially moved by Victor's insights in the value of human perspective in space exploration. Human spaceflight turns exploration into a shared national and civilization event, and the world watched as Artemis 2 and the people who were on board inspired a new generation of Americans. The crew's impressive accomplishment was made possible through the efforts of more than 2,700 companies across the United States, including 41 from the state of Washington. Yes, there is a reason we are known for the Space Needle. Among the contributions Washington companies built, the thrusters for the Orion vehicle, the parachute deployment technologies for the splashdown, and I had the chance to visit these companies while you were on your mission and take a look at this technology. So I invite you all to come to Seattle. In the Senate, our colleagues and the people on this committee have worked hard to ensure that NASA has the direction and resources on this bold, ambitious program and will open access to the moon as a platform for exploration, science, and economic development. I want to thank Senator Cruz for his leadership. Our NASA Reauthorization Act of 2026 calls for the establishment of a sustained lunar base. The Artemis mission laid down the foundation for that endeavor by proving that our deep space transportation system actually works with a crew on board. I want to thank Administrator Isaacman for calling that shot and making sure that we got this particular mission under control to make those tests a reality. The fact that this bill passed out of this committee with unanimous support shows how much the U.S. leadership is invested in space. But most importantly, we saw that with the success of Artemis II mission, we inspired not only a generation to think differently about the grandeur of the scale in the future, but we saw a world looking in on the United States and the accomplishments in science that we have achieved. Thank you again to the Artemis crew for joining us today. Thank you for the space exploration, and thank you for the leadership in the United States of America and Canada. Thank you.
And now each of you have an opportunity to say something. Commander, you want to start us?
Well, thank you. It is fantastic to be here. I think I'll just talk about courage for maybe 45 seconds. And it's not the courage of the four standing here in blue, but it's the courage of people like Charlie Blackwell Thompson, our launch director, who had the courage to wake up and actually let that vehicle leave the launch pad with 4 souls on board. It's the courage of the young men and women who are milling the aluminum valves and putting that together and just knowing that they're putting this onto a rocket ship. That takes tremendous courage. And then I would be remiss to stand here in Washington, D.C. and not talk about courage that maybe you don't reflect on often, but it takes a lot of courage to lead. And we want to thank you all for leading this nation in the world. Thank you.
Thank you for having us here. It's great to be with you in the People's House. I just want to put a spin on something that has got a lot of attention, how far we went. People like to talk about that distance. And I just want to connect it to a thought. There's a saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And we went together. And that record, if you think about anything, don't think about the 4 names, because we didn't go just the 4 of us together. We went together, all of us. Thank you for going on that journey with us. And now let's keep it going.
Thank you. The most important word that I feel I can say here is not only thank you to enabling our mission, but congratulations. Because the people in these buildings are the people that made it possible for us to carry all of the dreams of all of humanity with us on this mission. And we like to say that what we do shows what humanity can accomplish when we come together to do great things. But those great things also have to have purpose, value, and the people in these buildings are the people that make sure that that's true and hold us accountable to that. We bring back those benefits, science, innovation, industrial, inspiration, to the places back here on Earth that share our way of life and liberty and leadership. And that is exactly why we carry the same dreams that you all do when you write into history what we are able to accomplish together. Thank you.
I would just share with you, we as a crew saw some extraordinary things on our mission. Of course, we saw the moon up close. We saw an incredible eclipse of the sun. We saw what we often coined tiny Earth out the window. You would often hear us, we're busy doing our work and someone would be like, oh, there's tiny Earth. And we would float to the window and all have a look at all of you back there. But we also saw some other extraordinary things that weren't in space with us. And we saw the Administrator Isaacman's extraordinary team come together and get us safely to the moon and back. And we later saw that you all joined us on the mission. And that was pretty powerful and extraordinary for us. And from an outside perspective, I hope that all of you see yourselves in this mission and these grand endeavors. I can speak on behalf of Canadians to say this is something that we as Canadians admire in you in America, and that you set these extraordinary goals and you leave space for others like Canada to come along and contribute in a meaningful way. And by doing those things, you garner immense respect around the world, but you lift up others to come along with you. Congratulations.
And need to get to hear the Artemis II crew speaking on Capitol Hill earlier today. Never get tired of hearing their perspective and the things they learned in their trip around the moon. All right, I want to give you an update on something we've been monitoring. This is the scene in Maine where there was a fire in a silo that then caused an explosion. This was at a lumber yard, I believe, in that area, a mill, where reports are saying that there was a fire in an area where wood shavings are packed into plastic bags, and then the flames actually spread to a nearby silo. That silo was filled with dust, and then that exploded. The owner of the lumber company says all the employees at the mill are accounted for. It is believed that the 10 people injured may have been firefighters. That's what we're seeing from reports out of Maine. The 10 patients have been taken to the hospital there after that explosion. Obviously, a lot still developing. Again, this is Searsmont, Maine. We were getting a little bit of a look at that scene. We're continuing to monitor that, hoping for some more details. It looked at one point there may have been someone who was going to be speaking. It's unclear right now when that update will be given, but we'll keep monitoring this. Wanted to give you those updates as we track that breaking news and a scary scene. You saw the smoke billowing in one of those other shots there from that scene, a large fire that led to the explosion of that silo. And let me give you a live look again right now. This is I-4 in Lake Mary, where there have been traffic issues all day. Look at the westbound side. That is where there was a vehicle fire earlier today, a garbage truck hauling some recyclables and cardboard that caught on fire as well and was blocking a couple lanes for a while that led to a long backup. That backup no longer happening, but there was still a couple emergency vehicles on the scene that kind of leading to a slowdown. You see backing up the on-ramp, backing up well beyond the overpass as well. And now we're also seeing what appears to be a couple of, or at least one, maybe two disabled buses. It looks like another one has arrived there since we kind of last looked at it, maybe to pick up whatever passengers may have been on board. Again, we're not sure about the details of that, but all of this to say major traffic issues continuing right now on I-4 through Lake Mary. This is the westbound side again. Let me show you, in fact, just the other angle of that from another camera. Just kind of shows you the situation as well. You can see the traffic continuing. This is always a trouble spot where it normally slows down, people hitting their brakes, that kind of thing, but not like this, and not looking good as we head into this Friday evening. So certainly just be aware if you're going to be traveling through Lake Mary, Seminole County on I-4 westbound. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Appreciate you joining us on what has been a busy Friday. I'm now going to send things over to the Fox 35 Storm team for Fox 35 Weather Plus. Then you can